Welcome to Sheriff Files. Please like the video, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where are you watching from tonight. Get comfortable, relax, and let's begin. I found him in a 1924 photo, grinning behind a funeral procession. Last week, I saw him at my window. 43 years I've worn this badge in Millbrook County, and I've seen things that would make most folks question their sanity. But this one follows me home at night, sits in my kitchen while I drink my coffee, and whispers through the walls when the house settles. Some stories demand to be told, even when telling them feels like opening a door that should stay locked. It started with Mrs. Henderson's donation to the Historical Society. She'd been cleaning out her late husband's attic when she found a shoebox full of photographs dating back to the 1920s. Most were the usual small-town fare, church picnics, harvest festivals, Christmas pageants. But it was the funeral photos that caught my attention when Sarah Clemens, the Society's president, brought them to my office. "Sheriff, I know this might sound strange," Sarah said, her weathered hands trembling slightly as she spread the black and white photographs across my desk. "But there's something about these pictures that doesn't sit right with me." I leaned back in my chair, the old leather creaking like bones. At 68, I'd learned to listen when longtime residents of Millbrook brought me their concerns. This town has a way of breeding instincts. Some call it superstition, but I've learned better. The funeral procession was for someone named Ezra Mills, according to the inscription on the back. A crowd of perhaps 30 people followed behind the horse-drawn hearse, their faces appropriately somber for 1924. But there, in the background, partially obscured by the shadow of our old elm tree that still stands on Maple Street, was a man who didn't belong. He was smiling. Not the polite, uncomfortable smile of someone trying to be respectful. Not the nervous grin of someone who didn't know how to act at a funeral. This was something else entirely. A broad, genuine smile that seemed to radiate joy, as if he were watching his favorite parade instead of a man's final journey. The man appeared to be in his 30s, clean-shaven, wearing a dark suit that fit well enough. Nothing remarkable about him except for that smile, and the way he seemed to be looking directly at the camera, as if he knew someone would be studying this photograph nearly a century later. "Did you know Ezra Mills?" I asked Sarah. She shook her head. "Before my time, but I asked around. Nobody remembers him. Most folks from that era are gone now." She paused, worrying her lower lip. "But Sheriff, that's not what bothers me about this picture." I waited. In small towns, people need time to work up to saying what's really on their minds. "It's that man in the back. The one who's smiling." She pointed with a finger that shook slightly. "I've seen him before." The coffee in my cup had gone cold, but I took a sip anyway. "Where?" "That's just it. I can't remember where. But I know I've seen that face, that exact smile. It's been nagging at me for days." I studied the photograph more closely. The image quality was surprisingly good for 1924, sharp enough to make out individual faces in the crowd. The smiling man stood slightly apart from the others, as if he didn't quite belong to the group but had simply appeared there. "Tell you what," I said, sliding the photograph toward me. "Mind if I hold on to this for a few days? I'd like to show it around, see if anyone recognizes him." Sarah nodded, gathering up the other photographs. "Of course. But Sheriff, be careful who you show it to. There's something about that man's smile that doesn't feel right. It's like he's laughing at something the rest of us can't see." After she left, I sat alone in my office, studying the photograph under the harsh fluorescent lights. The longer I looked at it, the more unsettled I became. There was something almost predatory about that smile, something that made my skin crawl in ways I couldn't articulate. That evening, I drove the familiar streets of Millbrook, noting how the town seemed to exhale as the sun set. Porch lights flickered on in windows, and the smell of dinner cooking drifted from houses where families gathered around kitchen tables. It was a ritual I'd observed for decades, this settling into night, but tonight it felt different. Tonight, I found myself checking my rearview mirror more often than usual. At home, I spread the photograph on my kitchen table and poured myself 3 fingers of bourbon. The amber liquid caught the light from the overhead fixture, creating small, dancing shadows. I developed a habit over the years of bringing difficult cases home with me, spreading evidence across this same table, letting my mind wander through possibilities while the house creaked and settled around me. The smiling man stared up at me from the photograph, frozen in 1924 but somehow alive in a way that made my bourbon taste like ash. I called Tom Brennan the next morning. Tom had been the town's unofficial historian for 30 years, and if anyone would know about Ezra Mills or the people who attended his funeral, it would be him. We met at Rosie's Diner, the same booth where I'd conducted informal interviews for more years than I cared to count. Ezra Mills? Tom mused, stirring sugar into his coffee with the methodical precision of someone who'd performed the same action thousands of times. Yeah, I remember reading about him in the old newspaper archives. Died in some kind of accident out at the old mine. Cave-in, if I recall correctly. What kind of man was he? Loner, mostly. Worked the mine, kept to himself. Wasn't married, didn't have much family. The kind of person who dies and leaves barely a ripple. Tom's eyes sharpened. Why the interest in ancient history, Sheriff? I slid the photograph across the table. Sarah Clemens found this in her husband's things. Take a look at the man in the back. Tom adjusted his glasses and leaned forward. I watched his expression change as he focused on the smiling figure. The color drained from his face, and his coffee cup rattled against the saucer as he set it down. Jesus Christ, he whispered. You know him? Tom's eyes remained fixed on the photograph. I've seen this face before. Not in person, mind you, I'm not that old. But in other photographs. Other years. The diner suddenly felt too warm, the smell of bacon grease and coffee too thick. What do you mean, other years? I've been digitizing the newspaper archives, going back to the 1890s. There are photographs from town events, celebrations, funerals. And I swear to God, Sheriff, this man appears in pictures from different decades. Always in the background, always smiling. The booth seemed to shrink around us. Show me. An hour later, we were in the basement of the Millbrook Library, surrounded by boxes of old newspapers and photographs. The air down there was thick with the smell of old paper and dust, and the single fluorescent light cast everything in a sickly yellow glow. Tom pulled out a manila folder, his hands shaking slightly. I started noticing him about 6 months ago. At first, I thought it was just family resemblance. You know how certain features run in families. But the more I looked, the more I realized it was the same man. He spread 5 photographs across the table. They were from different decades. 1932, 1946, 1959, 1967, and 1983. In each one, the smiling man appeared, always in the background, always with that same unsettling grin. He never seemed to age, never changed. The same face, the same expression, the same sense that he was enjoying some private joke at the expense of everyone around him. This is impossible, I said, but even as the words left my mouth, I knew they were inadequate. In my 43 years of law enforcement, I'd learned that impossible was just another word for things we didn't understand yet. That's what I thought, Tom said. So I started asking around, showing these pictures to the old-timers. Nobody remembers him. Not a single person. But Sheriff, that's not the strangest part. I waited, though part of me didn't want to hear what came next. I found him in a photograph from last month's Founders' Day celebration. The basement felt like it was closing in around us. The fluorescent light flickered overhead, casting dancing shadows that seemed to move independently of any earthly source. Where? Tom opened another folder and pulled out a color photograph. It was from the Founders' Day parade, taken from the steps of the courthouse. The entire main street was visible, lined with families and children waving small flags. And there, standing beside the old elm tree, the same tree from the 1924 funeral photo, was the smiling man. He looked exactly the same. No older, no different, wearing modern clothes but with that same ageless face and that same terrible smile. Who took this picture? I asked. Jenny Morrison. She's been the unofficial town photographer for the past few years. I called her yesterday, asked if she remembered seeing this man at the parade. She said she didn't, but that doesn't mean much with crowds like that. I studied the photograph, noting how the smiling man seemed to be looking directly at the camera again, as if he knew he was being photographed. As if he wanted to be photographed. Tom, I need you to keep this between us for now. Can you make copies of all these photographs? He nodded, but I could see the fear in his eyes. Sheriff, what do you think this means? I didn't have an answer. Not yet. But as I left the library that afternoon, I found myself looking over my shoulder more often than usual. The feeling of being watched had settled over me like a cold blanket, and I couldn't shake the sensation that somewhere in Millbrook, someone was smiling. That night, I called the state police and spoke with Detective Ray Morrison, no relation to the photographer. Ray and I had worked together on a few cases over the years, and he had a reputation for being thorough and discreet. I need you to run a background check on someone, I told him. The problem is, I don't have a name. That's going to make it difficult, Sheriff. I've got photographs. Multiple photographs spanning several decades. Same man, never aging. There was a long pause on the other end. Sheriff, you feeling all right? Ray, I know how this sounds, but I need you to trust me on this. Something's not right in Millbrook, and I need to know what I'm dealing with. All right. Send me what you've got, and I'll see what I can do. I scanned the photographs and emailed them to Ray, then spent the rest of the evening pacing my kitchen, checking the locks on my doors, and trying to ignore the growing certainty that I was being watched. At 3:17 a.m., I woke to the sound of tapping on my bedroom window. I lay still for a moment, listening. The tapping came again, rhythmic, deliberate, like someone gently knocking to get my attention. My service weapon was in the nightstand drawer, and I reached for it slowly, careful not to make any noise. The tapping stopped. I waited, counting heartbeats, before finally getting up and moving to the window. My bedroom faced the backyard, which bordered on a small patch of woods. I pulled the curtain aside just enough to peer out. The smiling man was standing in my backyard, 20 feet from the window, looking directly at me. He raised his hand and waved, his smile never faltering. Even in the darkness, I could see that terrible grin, and for a moment, I felt like I was looking at something that had crawled out of hell itself. I blinked, and he was gone. I spent the rest of the night sitting in my kitchen with my .38 on the table, drinking coffee and staring at the back door. When the sun finally rose, I was no longer sure if I'd seen anything at all. Ray called me the next morning. Sheriff, I ran those photographs through every database I have access to. Facial recognition, criminal records, missing persons, everything. No hits. It's like this man doesn't exist. What about the older photographs? Any way to trace the original sources? I tried. The problem is, most of these photos were taken by different people over the decades. different cameras, different development processes. But there's something else that bothers me. I waited, though I was beginning to dread what I might hear. I showed the photographs to our forensics expert. She says there's no evidence of tampering, no digital manipulation. But she also says that the lighting and shadow patterns in some of these photos are unusual. What do you mean? In several of the pictures, the shadows around this man don't match the shadows around other people in the same photograph. It's subtle, but it's there. Like he's being lit by a different light source. I thanked Ray and hung up, then sat in my office trying to make sense of what I'd learned. A man who appeared in photographs spanning nearly a century, who never aged, who cast shadows that didn't match the light around him. A man who now knew where I lived and wasn't afraid to let me know he was watching. The phone rang, interrupting my thoughts. It was Sarah Clemens, and she sounded terrified. "Sheriff, you need to come to the Historical Society right away. Something's happened to the photographs." I found Sarah standing in the middle of the Historical Society's main room, surrounded by scattered photographs and broken glass. The display case that housed the town's photographic history had been shattered, and dozens of old pictures lay scattered across the floor. "When did this happen?" I asked, kneeling to examine the damage. "Sometime last night. I came in this morning and found it like this. But Sheriff, that's not the worst part." She led me to a table where she'd laid out several photographs. They were all images I'd seen before. Town events, celebrations, group photos from various decades. But now, in each photograph, the smiling man's face had been carefully cut out, leaving small rectangular holes where his head should have been. "Every single photograph of him has been altered," Sarah said, her voice barely above a whisper. "But here's what really scares me. I found these." She showed me 3 new photographs, all recent, all taken within the past week. One showed the smiling man standing outside the library. Another showed him in the parking lot of the grocery store. The third showed him standing in front of my house. In each photograph, he was looking directly at the camera with that same terrifying smile. "Where did these come from?" I asked. "They were scattered among the damaged photos. Someone left them here deliberately." I studied the photographs, noting the high quality of the images and the professional composition. Whoever had taken these pictures was skilled with a camera, and they'd been watching the smiling man, or working with him. "Sarah, I need you to close the Historical Society for a few days. Tell people you're doing inventory or repairs. And I need you to stay away from here until I figure out what's going on." She nodded, clearly relieved to have someone else take charge of the situation. "Sheriff, what do you think this is? What does this man want?" I didn't have an answer, but as I helped her gather the undamaged photographs, I found myself thinking about something Tom had said. The smiling man appeared at funerals, celebrations, town events, moments when the community came together, when people gathered to mark the passage of time. It was as if he was documenting something, recording the town's history, its people, its changes. But for what purpose? That afternoon, I decided to visit the old Millbrook Cemetery. If the smiling man had been attending funerals for decades, perhaps there was some connection to the people buried there. The cemetery sat on a hill overlooking the town, surrounded by an iron fence that had been painted and repainted so many times it looked like it was held together by layers of black enamel. I found Ezra Mill's grave without much difficulty. It was a simple headstone, weathered by decades of rain and snow, with only his name and dates carved into the granite. No epitaph, no mention of family or friends. Just a record of existence and its end. As I stood there, trying to understand what connection this long-dead miner might have to the smiling man, I became aware of a subtle change in the atmosphere around me. The birds that had been singing in the trees went quiet. The wind that had been stirring the leaves died away. Even the distant sound of traffic from the main road seemed to fade. I turned around and saw him standing among the headstones, perhaps 50 yards away, watching me with that same patient smile. In the daylight, I could see him more clearly than I had during his nighttime visit to my window. He was exactly as he appeared in the photographs, ageless, unremarkable except for that smile, wearing clothes that could have come from any decade. But there was something else about him now, something that hadn't been apparent in the still images. He was completely motionless. Not the natural stillness of someone trying to remain unnoticed, but the absolute stillness of something that didn't need to breathe, didn't need to shift its weight, didn't need to blink. We stared at each other across the cemetery for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. Then, without any warning, he began to walk toward me. His movement was wrong. Not obviously wrong, but subtly off in a way that made my skin crawl. He seemed to glide rather than walk, his feet making no sound on the gravel paths between the graves. His smile never wavered, never changed, as if it had been carved into his face. I reached for my service weapon, but my hand felt heavy, unresponsive. The air around me seemed thick, like trying to move through water. The smiling man continued his approach, and I realized that I couldn't look away from him. His eyes held mine with an intensity that felt like being caught in a trap. When he was close enough that I could have reached out and touched him, he stopped. This close, I could see that his skin had a waxy quality, like something that had been preserved rather than something that was alive. His clothes, which had appeared normal from a distance, were oddly timeless, not quite modern, not quite vintage, but somehow both and neither. "Sheriff," he said, and his voice was like the sound of pages turning in an old book. "We need to talk." I found my voice, though it came out as barely more than a whisper. "What are you?" His smile widened slightly. "I'm a collector. I collect moments, memories, the small details that make up a life. Your town has provided me with so many interesting specimens over the years. The photographs, among other things. Every funeral I attend, every celebration I witness, every moment of joy or sorrow, I preserve it all. Your people live such brief, fascinating lives. So full of emotion, so desperate to leave something behind. The cemetery around us seemed to fade, as if we were the only two real things in a world of shadows. What do you want from me? You've been asking questions about me, showing my photographs to people, trying to understand what I am. I appreciate curiosity. It's one of the more admirable human traits. But there are some things that shouldn't be understood too clearly. Are you going to kill me? His laugh was like the sound of wind through empty rooms. Kill you? Sheriff, I've been visiting your town for over a century. If I wanted to harm people, don't you think I would have done so by now? Then what? I want to offer you a choice. You can continue your investigation, continue asking questions and showing photographs and trying to solve the mystery of the smiling man. Or you can accept that some things exist beyond human understanding and go back to your normal life. And if I choose to keep investigating, then you'll learn things about your town, about the people who have lived and died here, that will change how you see everything. You'll understand why I smile, Sheriff. And trust me when I say that understanding will not bring you peace. The world around us began to solidify again. The sounds of the town returned. Distant traffic, birds in the trees, the whisper of wind through the cemetery. But the smiling man remained, solid and real and terrifying. I need time to think, I said. Of course. Take all the time you need. But remember, some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. He turned and walked away, moving with that same gliding motion, disappearing among the headstones until I was alone in the cemetery with only the dead for company. I drove home in a daze, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. The rational part of me insisted that I'd experienced some kind of breakdown, that the stress of the investigation had finally caused me to snap. But the photographs were real. The testimonies from Tom and Sarah were real. And the fear that had settled in my chest like a cold stone was all too real. That night, I sat in my kitchen with the photographs spread out before me and a bottle of bourbon within easy reach. I'd been a cop for over 4 decades, and I'd always believed that every mystery had a solution, every question had an answer. But now I was faced with something that challenged the very foundations of what I thought I knew about the world. I thought about the smiling man's offer. I could stop investigating, stop asking questions, and go back to my normal life. Write off the whole experience as stress-induced hallucinations and return to dealing with the ordinary crimes and problems of a small town. It would be easy. It would be safe. But I've never been one to leave mysteries unsolved. Over the next week, I began my own investigation into the history of Millbrook. I spent hours in the library, reading through old newspapers and town records, looking for patterns, connections, anything that might explain the smiling man's century-long presence in our community. What I found was disturbing in ways I hadn't expected. Every year that the smiling man appeared in photographs, Millbrook experienced what the newspapers described as an unusually quiet year. Crime rates dropped to almost nothing. There were fewer accidents, fewer sudden deaths, fewer of the random tragedies that seemed to plague every community. It was as if the town was being protected, preserved, kept in some kind of artificial stasis. But there was a cost. I noticed that in the years following the smiling man's appearances, there were always a few people who simply disappeared. Not dramatic disappearances, no signs of violence, no obvious crimes. People would simply pack up and leave town, often in the middle of the night, abandoning jobs and homes and relationships without explanation. I made a list of the missing people, cross-referencing their disappearances with the smiling man's photographic appearances. The correlation was undeniable. And as I studied the names, I realized something that made my blood run cold. They were all people who had been asking questions about the town's history. People who had been researching old records, investigating local legends, trying to understand Millbrook's past. People like me. I called Tom Brennan, but his phone went straight to voicemail. When I drove by his house, I found it empty, for sale, sign already planted in the front yard. His neighbors said he'd left suddenly, claiming he'd inherited property in another state and needed to move immediately. Sarah Clemens had also disappeared, though more dramatically. Her house was found empty, her car still in the driveway, her purse and wallet on the kitchen counter. The official report listed her as a missing person, but I knew better. The smiling man was cleaning up loose ends. That evening, I sat in my office at the sheriff's station, staring at the photographs and trying to decide what to do next. I could run, like Tom and Sarah apparently had. I could pack up my things and leave Millbrook, start over somewhere else, and spend the rest of my life trying to forget what I'd learned. Or I could stay and face whatever the smiling man had planned for me. The decision was made for me when I looked up and saw him standing in the doorway of my office. "Hello, Sheriff," he said, his smile as bright and terrible as ever. "I see you've made your choice." "I have questions," I said, surprised by how steady my voice sounded. "I'm sure you do." "Ask them. What happened to Tom and Sarah? They were given the same choice you were given. They chose to leave rather than face the truth about their town. And what truth is that?" His smile widened. "That Millbrook exists in a state of grace, Sheriff. Protected, preserved, kept safe from the chaos and violence that plague other communities. And that protection comes at a price." "What price?" "Understanding. The people who live here, who are born here and die here without ever asking too many questions. They get to live peaceful lives. They get to raise their children in safety, grow old without fear, pass away quietly in their beds. But the price of that peace is ignorance. And people like me? People who ask questions? People like you threaten the balance. Your investigations, your questions, your need to understand, they create cracks in the protection. They let the chaos in. I leaned back in my chair, trying to process what he was telling me. So you've been protecting this town for over a century? Protecting is one word for it. Preserving might be more accurate. Millbrook is a perfect small town, Sheriff. It's exactly what people imagine when they think of the ideal American community. Safe streets, friendly neighbors, a place where children can play outside without fear. Do you know how rare that is? But it's not real. It's artificial. Does that matter? The people who live here are happy. They feel safe. They live good lives and die peaceful deaths. Isn't that worth preserving? At the cost of free will? At the cost of truth? His smile never wavered. Truth is overrated, Sheriff. I've been collecting human moments for centuries, and I can tell you that the truth rarely makes people happy. Ignorance, on the other hand, is bliss. What are you? I asked again. I'm what happens when someone loves a place so much that they refuse to let it change. I'm what happens when the desire to preserve something beautiful becomes more important than the people who live in it. The office around us seemed to shimmer, as if reality was becoming unstable. Through the windows, I could see Millbrook's main street, but it looked different. The buildings seemed older and newer at the same time, as if all the decades of the town's existence were layered on top of each other. I was like you once, the smiling man continued. I lived in a town not unlike this one, a place where people knew each other's names and children could walk safely to school. But change came, as it always does. Industry, crime, progress, all the things that transform small towns into something else. I watched my home die by degrees, watched it become just another place marked by violence and fear. So you decided to preserve this one. I decided to perfect this one. To create a place where time moves differently, where the worst impulses of humanity can't take root. And it's worked, Sheriff. For over a century, Millbrook has remained exactly what it should be. By controlling the people who live here. By protecting them from themselves. I thought about all the quiet years, all the avoided tragedies, all the people who had lived and died in Millbrook without ever experiencing the kind of random violence that plagued other communities. It was tempting to see it as a good thing, this artificial peace. But I thought about Tom and Sarah, about all the people who had disappeared rather than face the truth about their town. I thought about the photographs, about the way the smiling man appeared at every significant moment, documenting and preserving and controlling. What happens now? I asked. Now you choose. You can accept what Millbrook is and go back to your life, knowing that your town is protected but never speaking of it again. Or you can continue to fight against it, in which case you'll leave Millbrook tonight and never return. And if I refuse both options? For the first time since I'd met him, the smiling man's expression changed. The smile didn't fade, but something shifted behind his eyes, something ancient and patient and utterly inhuman. There is no third option, Sheriff. I looked around my office, at the photographs spread across my desk, at the badge I'd worn for 43 years, at the town I'd served and protected for most of my adult life. I thought about all the people I'd helped, all the problems I'd solved, all the small ways I'd made Millbrook a better place to live. But I also thought about free will, about the right to choose one's own path, about the difference between protection and control. I need to know one more thing, I said. The people who disappear, what really happens to them? The smiling man's grin widened. They go on to live their lives elsewhere. Some adapt well to the chaos of the outside world. Others don't. But they all leave Millbrook, and they never come back. And they never speak of what they learned here. They find that people don't believe them. The outside world has no patience for stories about timeless men who preserve small towns through unnatural means. They're dismissed as delusional, treated as if they've suffered some kind of breakdown. Eventually, they stop trying to tell the truth. I nodded, understanding. It was elegant in its simplicity. People who learned the truth about Millbrook became exiles, cut off from the only home they'd ever known, unable to share their knowledge with anyone who would believe them. I've made my choice, I said. The smiling man waited. I'm staying. But I'm not going to pretend I don't know what you are or what you've done to this town. That's not one of the options, Sheriff. Then I guess you'll have to make a new option. We stared at each other across my office, and for a moment I thought I saw something like respect in his ancient eyes. You're willing to live with the knowledge of what I am, knowing that you can never act on it, never share it, never use it to change anything? I'm willing to live with it. And you're willing to continue serving as sheriff, maintaining order in a town that exists under my protection, enforcing laws in a place where the most fundamental law is silence? I am. He studied me for a long moment, his smile never wavering. Very well. But understand this, Sheriff, you are now complicit in what Millbrook is. You are part of the preservation, part of the control. Every peaceful day, every quiet night, every moment of artificial grace that this town experiences, you bear some responsibility for. I understand. Do you? Because there will come a day when someone else starts asking questions, starts investigating the town's history, starts threatening the balance. And when that day comes, you'll have to choose between protecting them and protecting Millbrook. I thought about Tom and Sarah, about how easily they had been erased from the town's consciousness. I thought about the choice I was making, the knowledge I was accepting, the burden I was taking on. I'll handle that when it happens. The smiling man nodded, and for the first time, his expression seemed almost approving. Very well, Sheriff. Welcome to the truth about Millbrook. He turned and walked toward the door, moving with that same gliding motion. But before he left, he paused and looked back at me. One last thing. The photographs you've collected, keep them. Consider them a reminder of what you've learned and what you've chosen to protect. But remember, Sheriff, some knowledge is a gift, and some knowledge is a curse. Time will tell which one you've received. Then he was gone, and I was alone in my office with the photographs and the weight of what I'd learned. That was 3 months ago. Since then, life in Millbrook has returned to normal, or what passes for normal in a town that exists under the protection of something that might once have been human. Crime rates remain low, accidents are rare, and people live their quiet lives without ever suspecting that their peace comes at a price. I've kept the photographs, just as the smiling man suggested. They sit in a locked drawer in my desk, a reminder of the choice I made and the knowledge I carry. Sometimes, late at night, I take them out and study them, looking at that ageless face and that terrible smile, trying to understand what I've become complicit in. The smiling man still appears in town from time to time. I've seen him at the grocery store, at the post office, at the annual Founders' Day celebration. He nods to me when our paths cross, a small acknowledgement of our understanding. The townspeople don't notice him, or if they do, they forget him immediately. He's become part of the background of Millbrook, as invisible and essential as the air we breathe. 2 weeks ago, a young journalist from the state capital came to town, researching a story about small-town America. She was interested in Millbrook's unusually low crime rates, its reputation as a safe place to raise children. She asked good questions, took careful notes. and seemed genuinely interested in understanding what made our community special. Yesterday, she packed up her rental car and left town suddenly, claiming she received an urgent assignment elsewhere. She left behind a hotel room full of research materials and a laptop computer that wouldn't turn on. I found her business card in the parking lot outside the hotel, and I've been carrying it in my pocket ever since. Her name was Jennifer Walsh, and she was 28 years old, just starting her career, probably full of dreams about uncovering important stories and making a difference in the world. Now she's driving back to the state capital, knowing that she can never write the story she came here to research, carrying knowledge that no one will believe, cut off forever from a truth that could have defined her career. And I did nothing to stop it. This is what I've become complicit in. This is the price of Millbrook's artificial peace, and I've chosen to pay it. I tell myself that the town's protection is worth the cost, that the safety and happiness of hundreds of families justifies the sacrifice of a few individuals who ask too many questions. But late at night, when I'm alone in my kitchen with the photographs spread across the table and a glass of bourbon in my hand, I wonder if I've made the right choice. I wonder if there's any difference between protection and control, between preservation and imprisonment. The smiling man is still out there, still watching, still preserving his perfect small town. And I'm still here, wearing my badge, enforcing the law, maintaining order in a place where the most important law can never. They were standing in the trees, watching. And that night, the town burned. I'm telling you this because I'm old now, and old men get to speaking truths they should have buried long ago. Been sheriff of Cedars Edge for 43 years, seen things that would turn a preacher's hair white, but nothing, and I mean nothing, prepared me for what happened in the autumn of '87. Cedars Edge sits in a bowl between the Appalachian foothills, population 2,847 on a good day when the college kids from the state university come through for hiking. Most days it's closer to 2,600. And that's counting Mrs. Henderson's 17 cats. The town's old, older than the records show. Native tribes used to call this valley the place where spirits gather, or so the historical society likes to tell tourists. Of course, we don't get many tourists. The trees press close here. Ancient oaks and maples that predate the Civil War, their roots running deep into soil that's seen more than its share of blood. During the logging boom of the 1890s, they say 3 men died for every tree that fell. The forest remembers. Always has. That September started ordinary enough. Kids went back to school, the leaves began their slow turn toward death, and I settled into the rhythm of small-town law enforcement, breaking up fights at Murphy's Bar, writing speeding tickets for city folk who thought country roads meant no rules, handling the occasional domestic dispute with the diplomacy of a man who'd learned that sometimes listening was worth more than handcuffs. The first sign something was off came from Emma Caldwell. Emma ran the local diner, same place her grandmother had run before her. Woman had eyes like a hawk and a memory that stretched back to the Eisenhower administration. She served coffee strong enough to wake the dead and kept her ear to the ground better than any dispatch radio. "Sheriff," she said that Tuesday morning, sliding a cup across the counter without me asking. I'd been taking my morning coffee at Emma's for 22 years. She knew how I liked it, black as midnight, hot as hellfire. "You notice anything strange about the Hendricks place?" The Hendricks farm sat on the eastern edge of town, where the cleared land met the tree line. Old Pete Hendricks had worked that soil for 50 years before a heart attack took him the previous winter. His son moved to Atlanta, left the property to the bank. It had been sitting empty for months. Strange how? Emma wiped down a clean glass, the way she did when something was chewing at her mind. "Lights. Been seeing lights up there at night. Not electric lights. Too yellow for that. More like, well, like candle flame." I sipped my coffee, felt the familiar burn. Could be teenagers. You know how they get when school starts up again. Maybe. But her tone said she didn't believe it. Mrs. Patterson saw them too. Says they move wrong. Move wrong? Too slow. Too deliberate. Emma set down the glass, looked me square in the eye. Sheriff, I've been living in this town 73 years. My grandmother told me stories about things that happen when the seasons change. Old stories. The kind people used to listen to. Emma's grandmother had been what folks politely called eccentric. Claimed she could predict the weather by reading tea leaves, said she could smell death coming 3 days out. The rational part of my mind wanted to dismiss it as small-town superstition. But I'd learned to trust Emma's instincts, and something in her voice made the coffee taste bitter. I'll take a drive out there tonight, I told her. Check things out. But that afternoon, before I could make good on my promise, the first incident happened. Tommy Morrison, age 7, son of the bank president, went missing from his backyard around 3 o'clock. His mother found the back gate open, his bicycle lying on its side in the grass. Tommy was a good kid, smart enough to know better than to wander off alone. Search parties formed within the hour. We found him 2 hours later, standing in the middle of Highway 47, about a mile from the Hendricks place. He was facing the tree line, perfectly still, arms at his sides. Cars had been swerving around him for God knows how long. When Deputy Martinez approached, Tommy didn't respond. Didn't even blink. The boy's eyes were open, but he wasn't seeing anything in this world. Dr. Reeves checked him over at the clinic, pronounced him physically fine. No injuries, no signs of trauma. But Tommy couldn't remember anything from the time he left his backyard to the moment Deputy Martinez touched his shoulder. 3 hours gone. Like someone had reached into his head and scooped out the memory with a spoon. It's probably just shock, Dr. Reeves said, but his hands shook when he wrote the prescription for mild sedatives. Sometimes children block out traumatic experiences. What traumatic experience? That was the question that kept me awake that night, staring at the ceiling while my wife slept peacefully beside me. Tommy hadn't been hurt. Hadn't been touched. Hell, his clothes weren't even dirty. It was like he'd walked out of his backyard and sleepwalked straight to that highway, standing there like he was waiting for something. Or someone. Thursday brought the second incident. Margaret Finch, the librarian, came into the station around noon, wringing her hands like she was trying to squeeze water from her bones. It's the children, she said, settling into the chair across from my desk. They're acting strange. Margaret had been the town librarian for 30 years. She knew every kid in Cedar's Edge, could tell you their reading levels and favorite books. If Margaret said the children were acting strange, I listened. Strange how? They keep asking for the same book. All of them. Different children, different ages, but they all want the same book. She reached into her purse, pulled out a slim volume bound in cracked leather. This one. I took the book, felt the weight of it in my hands. The leather was old but well preserved, the kind of binding they used to make when books were meant to last generations. The title was embossed in faded gold letters. Local Histories and Folklore of the Cumberland Valley. Where'd this come from? That's just it. I've never seen it before. Found it on the return shelf yesterday morning, but nobody checked it out. Our records don't show it in our system. Margaret's voice dropped to a whisper. Sheriff, I've cataloged every book in that library. I know what we have. This book shouldn't exist. I flipped through the pages, saw hand-drawn maps of the area from the 1800s, stories about early settlers, accounts of Native American legends. One page caught my eye, a chapter titled, The Watchers in the Wood. The text was dense, written in the formal style of 19th century historians, but one paragraph made my skin crawl. The local Shawnee spoke of pale figures who gathered at the forest's edge before times of great calamity. These entities, described as having skin white as birch bark and eyes like empty wells, were said to appear in the days preceding fire, flood, or pestilence. The natives believed these watchers were harbingers of doom, drawn to places where tragedy would soon unfold. "The children," I said, looking up at Margaret. "What do they do with the book?" "They don't read it. That's what's so strange. They check it out, hold it, carry it around for hours. But I've never seen one of them actually open it. It's like they're protecting it, maybe? Or waiting for something." That evening, I finally made my drive to the Hendricks place. The sun was setting behind the hills, painting the sky the color of old blood. The farmhouse sat dark against the tree line, windows black as dead eyes. I parked by the mailbox, killed the engine, and sat listening to the silence. Rural silence isn't like city quiet. It's alive, full of small sounds, insects, wind through leaves, the distant call of night birds. But the silence around the Hendricks place felt different. Thick. Like the air itself was holding its breath. I got out of the cruiser, flashlight in hand, and walked toward the house. The front porch sagged under the weight of neglect, paint peeling from the siding like diseased skin. But it wasn't the house that drew my attention. It was the tree line. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. The shadows between the trees seemed denser than they should be, darker. But as I watched, the shadows moved. Not the natural sway of branches in the wind. This was deliberate, purposeful. They were tall, these shadows. Tall and thin, with an unnatural stillness that made my blood run cold. I counted 6 of them, standing just inside the tree line, barely visible in the dying light. They didn't move, didn't make a sound. They just watched. I clicked on the flashlight, swept the beam toward the trees. The light seemed to falter, growing dim and yellow as it reached the tree line. But in that weak illumination, I saw them clearly for just a moment. They weren't shadows. They were figures. Human in shape but wrong in every detail. Their skin was white as paper, stretched tight over angular bones. Their eyes were holes in their faces, dark and deep as abandoned wells. They wore no clothes that I could see, but their bodies seemed to blur at the edges, like they weren't entirely solid. The flashlight flickered and died. In the darkness that followed, I heard nothing. No movement, no breathing, no sound at all. But I could feel them watching me with those empty eyes, studying me like a scientist studies a bug under glass. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on the tree line, fumbling for my spare flashlight. When I finally got it working, the figures were gone. But the feeling of being watched remained. I spent the next hour searching the area around the tree line, looking for footprints, broken branches, any sign that living people had been standing there. Found nothing. The ground was undisturbed, the undergrowth intact. It was like they'd never been there at all. But I knew what I'd seen. Friday morning brought news that made my blood turn to ice water. Fire Chief Patterson called just after dawn. "Sheriff, we got a problem. Old Murphy's barn went up in flames last night. Arson, looks like." Murphy's farm was on the north side of town, about 2 miles from the Hendricks place. I drove out expecting to find the usual signs of teenage mischief. Maybe some empty beer bottles, cigarette butts, the kind of evidence kids leave behind when they think they're being clever. What I found instead was perfection. The barn had burned completely, reduced to a pile of ash and twisted metal. But the fire hadn't spread an inch beyond the structure itself. The grass around the foundation was green and untouched. A haystack 20 feet away hadn't even been singed. "Never seen anything like it," Chief Patterson said, kicking at the ash pile. Fire this hot should have spread. Should have taken the house, at least. But look at this. He pointed to where the barn wall had stood. The fire line is perfect. Straight as a ruler. I walked the perimeter, noting how the ash formed an exact rectangle. No scorch marks on nearby trees, no burned patches in the grass. It was like someone had drawn a line around the barn and told the fire not to cross it. Any accelerant? That's the thing, we can't find evidence of any. No gasoline, no kerosene, nothing. But Sheriff, Patterson lowered his voice. We found something else. He led me to the east side of the ash pile, where the barn's main door had been. There, impressed into the soft earth, were footprints. But not the kind you'd expect from an arsonist running from the scene. These prints were perfectly spaced, forming a neat line that led from the tree line to the barn's former entrance. They were human in shape but wrong in size, too long, too narrow, with toes that seemed to stretch into points. And they were deep, pressed into the earth like they'd been made by someone carrying enormous weight. How many sets? I asked. 6. All identical. They go from the trees to the barn, then back to the trees. Perfect spacing, like they were marching in formation. I followed the trail to the tree line, where the footprints disappeared into the undergrowth. But I could feel eyes watching me from the shadows between the trees. The same presence I'd felt at the Hendricks place. That afternoon, 3 more children went missing. Sarah Chin, Michael Rodriguez, and little Amy Thurston, all between the ages of 6 and 9, vanished from their respective yards within an hour of each other. Their parents found the same thing: open gates, abandoned toys, no signs of struggle. We found them just before sunset, standing in the middle of the town square like mannequins in a store window. They were arranged in a perfect triangle, facing outward, arms at their sides. Their eyes were open but unseeing, their faces blank as fresh paper. Dr. Reeves examined each child, found them physically unharmed but mentally absent. Whatever had taken them had returned them, but something essential was missing. They responded to their names, followed simple commands, but the spark that made them children, the curiosity, the energy, the life, was gone. It's like they're sleepwalking while awake, the doctor told me privately. Their bodies are here, but their minds, I don't know where their minds are. That night, I called the state police. Requested assistance, additional personnel, maybe someone from the FBI who specialized in missing children cases. The dispatcher was polite but unhelpful. Sheriff, we'll put your request in the system, but with no signs of foul play and the children returned safely. Safely. The word tasted like ash in my mouth. I spent that night in my office, reading through the leather-bound book Margaret had brought me. The chapter on The Watchers in the Wood contained more details that made my skin crawl. Pioneer accounts from the 1840s describe similar phenomena. Jeremiah Caldwell, grandfather to the current proprietress of the local dining establishment, recorded in his journal, "The pale ones come when the season turns. They gather at the forest's edge, silent as stones, patient as death. Where they watch, calamity follows. Fire and flood, plague and pestilence, all preceded by their vigil." Caldwell. Emma's family had been in Cedar's Edge since the beginning, witnesses to whatever cycle was playing out. I needed to talk to her again. But when I drove to the diner the next morning, I found it closed. A handwritten sign in the window read, "Family emergency, closed until further notice." Emma lived in a small house behind the diner, same property her family had owned for 5 generations. I found her sitting on her back porch, staring toward the eastern tree line. She looked like she'd aged 10 years overnight. "They're gathering," she said without looking at me. "More than I've ever seen." I followed her gaze and felt my heart stutter. The tree line that bordered the eastern edge of town was thick with pale figures. Dozens of them, standing motionless between the trees. In the morning light, they were more visible than they'd been at dusk, tall, thin shapes with skin like birch bark and eyes like empty graves. How long have they been there? Since before dawn. They're waiting for something. Emma's voice was hollow, distant. My grandmother told me about this. Said it happened once before, in 1889. The year the mill burned down and took half the town with it. I'd read about that fire in the historical records. 37 dead, including women and children who'd taken shelter in what they thought was a fireproof building. The mill had been built of brick and steel, considered the safest structure in town. It had burned anyway, so hot and fast that people were trapped inside. What else did your grandmother tell you? Emma finally looked at me, and I saw fear in her eyes. Real fear, the kind that comes from knowing something terrible is coming and being powerless to stop it. She said they don't just watch, Sheriff. They choose. They mark certain people, certain children, and when the time comes... She shook her head. The children who vanished during the mill fire, they were found later, standing in the town square just like yours were. Alive but empty. And when the fire started, they walked right into it. Like they were called. The implications hit me like a physical blow. Tommy Morrison, Sarah Chin, Michael Rodriguez, Amy Thurston, all the children who'd been taken and returned empty. They were marked. Chosen. When? I asked. When does it happen? The night of the new moon. When the darkness is complete. Emma's voice was barely a whisper. That's tomorrow night, Sheriff. Tomorrow night, they'll call the chosen ones home. I spent that day trying to prepare for something I didn't understand. Called in favors from neighboring counties, got 3 additional deputies to help patrol the town. Arranged for the affected families to stay at the community center, where we could watch the children around the clock. But deep down, I knew it wouldn't be enough. Whatever was coming had been building for weeks, maybe months. The pale watchers in the trees were patient, had been patient for nearly a century. They wouldn't be deterred by a few extra men with badges and guns. As the sun set on what I feared would be Cedar's Edge's last night, I stood in the town square and watched the children. Tommy, Sarah, Michael, and Amy sat together on a bench, staring eastward toward the tree line. They hadn't spoken since being found, hadn't shown any emotion or interest in anything except that eastern horizon. Their parents clustered nearby, trying to stay close without crowding them. I could see the fear in their faces, the desperate hope that tomorrow would bring their real children back. But I'd read the historical accounts. I knew how this story ended. The pale figures had multiplied throughout the day. The entire eastern tree line was thick with them now, a silent congregation of watchers with empty eyes and patient hearts. They stood motionless as statues, but I could feel their anticipation like electricity in the air. At 11 o'clock, the children stood up. They moved in perfect unison, rising from the bench like marionettes pulled by the same strings. Their parents rushed forward, but the children walked through them like they weren't there. Walked toward the eastern edge of town, toward the waiting figures in the trees. We followed, of course. The deputies, the parents, half the adult population of Cedar's Edge. But we might as well have been ghosts ourselves for all the attention the children paid us. They walked with purpose, their steps perfectly synchronized, their faces calm as death. At the tree line, they stopped. The pale figures emerged from the shadows, tall and thin and terrible in the moonlight. Up close, I could see that what I'd taken for skin was something else entirely. Bark-like, papery, covered in symbols that seemed to shift and writhe when I looked directly at them. Their eyes weren't just empty, they were deep, like looking into wells that had no bottom. One of the figures approached Tommy Morrison. It reached out with fingers that were too long, too sharp, and touched the boy's forehead. Tommy smiled, the first expression I'd seen from him in days, and stepped forward into the darkness between the trees. The other children followed, each touched by one of the pale watchers, each smiling as they crossed the threshold from our world into whatever lay beyond the tree line. We tried to follow, of course. Ran into the forest with flashlights blazing and voices raised. But the trees seemed to close around us, branches that hadn't been there moments before now blocking our path. The undergrowth became thick as a wall, impossible to penetrate. We could hear the children for a while, their footsteps growing fainter as they moved deeper into the woods. Then even that sound faded, leaving only the whisper of wind through leaves and the frantic calls of their parents. We searched all night and well into the next day. Brought in bloodhounds from the state police, organized search parties that covered every square mile of forest within a 20-mile radius. Found nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no sign that anyone had passed that way. The children were gone. But that night Cedar's Edge burned. It started at the old mill, the one that had been rebuilt after the 1889 fire, constructed with modern materials and equipped with every safety feature the insurance company required. The flames were white-hot from the beginning, burning with an intensity that defied physics. The fire department's water had no effect. The flames seemed to drink it in and grow stronger. From the mill, the fire spread in perfect lines, following paths that made no meteorological sense. It burned only certain buildings, leaving others untouched. The diner burned, but the house behind it remained unharmed. The library burned, taking with it the mysterious leather-bound book and all records of its existence. Half the residential district went up in flames, but the other half remained pristine. By dawn, 30% of Cedar's Edge was ash. But here's the thing that still keeps me awake at night. In every building that burned, we found footprints. Small footprints, child-sized, leading from room to room as if the children had walked through the flames like they were strolling through a garden. The families left town within a week. Couldn't blame them. What parent could stay in a place where their child had walked willingly into fire? The insurance companies paid out, people rebuilt their lives elsewhere, and Cedar's Edge began its slow slide toward becoming a ghost town. I stayed, though. Someone had to. And every autumn, when the leaves begin to turn and the air grows sharp with the promise of winter, I drive out to the eastern tree line and watch. They're still there. The pale figures with their empty eyes and patient hearts. Fewer now. Maybe the fire satisfied something in them. Maybe they're sleeping again for another century. But some remain, standing sentinel between the trees, waiting for the next turning of the season, the next harvest of marked children. I'm old now, like I said. Past retirement age. Past the point where anyone would blame me for hanging up the badge and moving to Florida like sensible old men do. But I can't leave. Won't leave. Because sometimes, on certain nights when the moon is dark and the wind carries whispers from the deep woods, I see them moving closer to town. And sometimes, God help me, sometimes I hear children laughing in the forest, voices that sound like Tommy and Sarah and Michael and Amy, calling from somewhere beyond the tree line, somewhere in the darkness where the watchers wait. The town council hired a new sheriff last year. Young fellow, eager to prove himself, full of modern ideas about law enforcement. He doesn't believe the old stories, doesn't understand why I spend so much time patrolling the eastern roads. He thinks I'm just a crazy old man, clinging to a job I should have given up years ago. Maybe he's right. Maybe I am crazy. But I know what I saw that October night in 1987, and I know what's still waiting in those trees. The watchers are patient, but they're not gone. They're never gone. They're standing in the trees, watching. And someday, When the conditions are right and the season turns just so, the town will burn again. That's why I'm telling you this story. Not because I expect you to believe it. Hell, I'm not sure I'd believe it if someone else was telling it to me. But because someone needs to know. Someone needs to remember. When I'm gone, when there's no one left who remembers what happened here, the watchers will still be waiting. And the next time children start acting strange, the next time mysterious books appear in libraries, the next time pale figures gather at the forest's edge, well, maybe someone will remember this old sheriff's tale and know what's coming. Maybe they'll be ready. Maybe they'll save the children this time. But probably not. The watchers are patient, you see. They've been waiting longer than human memory, longer than written history. They understand time in ways we can't comprehend, measure their existence in centuries rather than decades. And they're still out there, standing in the trees, watching for the next season to turn, the next harvest to begin. They're always watching, always waiting, always hungry. When the morning came, the sky was silent. And that's when the real horror started. I've been sheriff of Millbrook Township for 37 years, and in all that time, I'd grown accustomed to the sounds of dawn. The cardinals always started first, their sharp calls cutting through the pre-dawn darkness like tiny red knives. Then came the robins, then the crows, then the whole damn orchestra of songbirds that nested in the ancient oaks lining Main Street. By 6:30, the air would be thick with their chatter, a living blanket of sound that had wrapped around our little town for as long as anyone could remember. But that Tuesday morning in late September, when I stepped out onto my porch with my first cup of coffee, the silence hit me like a physical thing. It wasn't just quiet, it was wrong. The kind of wrong that crawls up your spine and makes the hair on your arms stand at attention. I stood there for a long moment, steam rising from my mug, listening to nothing. No birdsong. No flutter of wings. No distant cawing from the murder of crows that had claimed the water tower as their kingdom for the past decade. Just the low hum of the streetlights, and the distant rumble of old Pete Martinez starting up his truck 2 blocks over. At first, I thought maybe it was just me. Maybe my hearing was finally going the way of my knees and my back. Lord knows I'd spent enough time around gunfire and sirens to justify a little hearing loss. But when I walked to the edge of my property line, where Mrs. Henderson's bird feeder hung heavy with seed, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The feeder was full. Untouched. It should have been picked clean by dawn, the way it had been every morning for the past 5 years. Instead, it hung there like some forgotten monument, seeds spilling over the edges, attracting nothing but the attention of a few confused wasps. I called dispatch on my radio. Betty's voice crackled back, thick with her morning cigarette and 30 years of dealing with the peculiarities of small-town law enforcement. "Morning, Sheriff. What's on your mind? Betty, you notice anything different this morning?" A pause. Then, "Different how?" "The birds. You hear any birds this morning?" Another pause, longer this time. "Now that you mention it, no. No, I don't think I did." "Why? What's wrong with the birds?" That was the question, wasn't it? What was wrong with the birds? More importantly, where were they? I spent the next hour driving the perimeter of town, windows down, listening. Millbrook Township sits in a valley between 2 ridges of pine and hardwood forest. In 37 years, I had never driven these roads without hearing the constant background symphony of woodland birds. Woodpeckers, blue jays, hawks circling overhead, they were as much a part of the landscape as the trees themselves. But that morning, the forest was as silent as a tomb. I stopped at the overlook on Cemetery Hill, where you can see the whole town spread out below like a child's toy village. The morning sun was painting everything gold and green. and it should have been beautiful. Should have been peaceful. Instead, it felt like looking at a photograph of a place where something terrible had happened. That's when I noticed the next impossible thing. No feathers. I've lived in bird country my whole life. You don't spend 4 decades in rural Pennsylvania without learning that birds shed feathers like trees shed leaves. You find them caught in spider webs, floating in puddles, stuck to car windshields after highway encounters. They're everywhere, a constant reminder that the sky is full of life. But standing on Cemetery Hill, looking out over a landscape that should have been dotted with the detritus of avian life, I saw nothing. Not a single feather caught in the chain-link fence. Not one floating in the creek that runs behind the elementary school. Nothing. I radioed Betty again. I need you to call Doc Henley. Ask him to meet me at his office. Doc Henley had been the town veterinarian for longer than I'd been sheriff. If anyone would know about bird behavior, it would be him. Plus, he'd been born and raised in Millbrook. He knew the rhythms of this place better than most. I found him in his office, hunched over a cup of coffee that smelled strong enough to wake the dead. He looked up when I walked in, and I could see the same unease in his eyes that I'd been carrying around all morning. You feel it too, I said. It wasn't a question. He nodded slowly. 38 years I've been listening to birds outside this window. 38 years of waking up to cardinals and going to sleep to whippoorwills. This morning, he shook his head. This morning it was like the world had gone deaf. Any idea what could cause something like this? Doc Henley was quiet for a long moment, staring out his window at a maple tree that should have been full of sparrows. Disease, maybe. Some kind of avian flu. But that would leave bodies. Dead birds don't just vanish. He paused. Poison, possibly. But again, we'd see evidence. And this feels too complete. Too sudden. What about migration? Maybe they all just left? He gave me a look that was part skepticism, part something else. Something that looked like fear. Sheriff, you've lived here long enough to know that not all birds migrate. Cardinals, blue jays, woodpeckers, they stay put. And even the ones that do migrate, they don't all leave at once. It's a gradual thing, spread out over weeks. I knew he was right. This wasn't migration. This was something else entirely. There's another thing, Doc Henley said, lowering his voice like he was sharing a secret. My wife's been keeping a nature journal for the past 10 years. Every morning, she writes down what bird she sees from our kitchen window. I looked at it this morning, going back through the entries from the past few weeks. He pulled out a small notebook, pages filled with his wife's careful handwriting. Look at this. 3 weeks ago, she noted that the crows seemed agitated. More aggressive than usual. 2 weeks ago, she wrote that the songbirds were acting strange, her word. Flying in erratic patterns, calling at odd hours. He flipped through more pages. 1 week ago, she wrote that the birds seemed to be watching her. Just sitting in the trees, staring at the house. Not feeding, not preening, just watching. A chill ran down my spine. And yesterday? Yesterday she wrote one word, waiting. I left Doc Henley's office with more questions than answers and a growing sense that whatever was happening in Millbrook Township was far from natural. I decided to drive out to the Morrison farm, 5 miles outside of town. Old Jake Morrison raised chickens, and if there was anywhere birds would still be hanging around, it would be there. The Morrison place sat at the end of a gravel lane, surrounded by fields of corn stubble and bordered by a stand of old oak trees. As I pulled into the yard, I could see Jake standing by his chicken coop, hands on his hips, staring at something I couldn't see from the car. Jake, I called out as I approached. Everything all right? He turned to me, and I was struck by how old he looked. Jake had always been a sturdy man, built for farm work and hard winters. But standing there in the morning light, he looked diminished somehow. Shrunken. "Sheriff," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "You seen anything like this before?" He gestured toward the chicken coop, and I followed his gaze. What I saw there made my mouth go dry. The chickens were all huddled in one corner of the coop, pressed together so tightly they looked like a single, feathered mass. They weren't making a sound, no clucking, no scratching, no movement at all. They were just waiting. Their eyes were all turned skyward, looking up at something I couldn't see. "How long have they been like this?" I asked. "Started yesterday evening," Jake said. "Right around sunset. They all just stopped what they were doing and moved to that corner. Haven't moved since. Haven't eaten, haven't made a sound. It's like they're scared of something." I looked up at the sky above the coop. Clear blue, not a cloud in sight. Nothing that should frighten a bunch of chickens. "Jake, you notice anything else unusual? Any strange sounds, strange smells?" He was quiet for a moment, considering. Then he nodded slowly. "There was something. Yesterday, just before the chickens went quiet. A smell like..." He paused, searching for words. "Like electricity. You know that smell you get right before a lightning storm? But there wasn't a storm coming. Sky was clear as glass." I knew the smell he meant. Ozone. The sharp, metallic scent that comes with electrical discharge. But what would cause that kind of smell on a clear evening? "One more thing," Jake said, his voice dropping even lower. "My dog Rex, he disappeared yesterday. Just gone. I let him out in the morning like always, and he never came back. That dog hasn't strayed more than 50 yards from this house in 8 years." As I drove back toward town, I couldn't shake the image of those chickens, huddled together in silent terror. Whatever they were afraid of, it was something that had sent every wild bird in the area fleeing, or worse. I decided to stop by the elementary school. Kids notice things adults miss, and if there was something strange happening with the local wildlife, they might have seen it. I found Principal Watson in her office, grading papers and looking as tired as I felt. She looked up when I knocked, and I could see the relief in her eyes when she recognized me. "Sheriff, thank God. I was just about to call you. What's wrong?" She gestured toward the window that looked out over the school playground. "The children have been asking about the birds all morning. Usually, we have to chase sparrows and robins away from the lunch tables. Today, nothing. The kids are spooked. Any of them mentioned seeing anything unusual yesterday or this morning?" Watson nodded. "Little Sarah McKinney came to me this morning crying. She said the birds from her backyard went into the sky and didn't come back. I thought she was just being dramatic, but now..." "What exactly did she say?" "She said she was playing in her yard yesterday evening when all the birds in her neighborhood, she said there were hundreds and hundreds of them, suddenly took flight at the same time. All at once, like something had spooked them. They flew straight up," she said, "higher and higher until she couldn't see them anymore." "Straight up?" "That's what she said. Not south for winter, not toward the forest. Straight up into the sky." I felt that familiar chill again. Birds don't fly straight up. They follow flight paths, follow food sources, follow the geography of the land. They don't just shoot toward the heavens like rockets. "Sheriff," Principal Watson said, her voice barely above a whisper. "There's something else. During morning recess, one of the teachers found something in the playground." She opened her desk drawer and pulled out a small plastic bag. Inside was what looked like a piece of black glass, no bigger than a quarter, perfectly smooth and reflecting light in ways that made my eyes water. "We've never seen anything like it." It was just sitting in the middle of the swing set, like someone had placed it there. But it's not glass, it's too light. And it's warm. Even sitting in that bag, it's warm to the touch. I took the bag from her, and she was right. Even through the plastic, I could feel heat radiating from the object. It looked like volcanic glass, obsidian maybe, but it had an almost liquid quality to it, as if it were moving just beneath the surface. "I'll take this with me," I said. "And Watson, keep the kids inside today. Just in case." By the time I got back to the station, word was spreading through town. Betty had taken a dozen calls from residents asking about the missing birds. The Hendersons wanted to know if they should take down their bird feeders. Mrs. Kowalski from the church was worried that it might be some kind of biblical sign. Old Charlie from the hardware store claimed his grandfather had seen something similar back in 1923, right before the big flood. I sat in my office, staring at the strange object Principal Watson had found, trying to make sense of what was happening. Every rational part of my mind wanted to believe there was a simple explanation. Mass migration triggered by weather patterns we didn't understand. Some kind of natural phenomenon that would make perfect sense once someone smarter than me figured it out. But that piece of black glass, or whatever it was, sat on my desk like a challenge to rational thought. It was getting warmer, and when I looked at it closely, I could swear I saw something moving inside it. Something that pulsed with its own rhythm, like a heartbeat. The phone rang, jarring me from my thoughts. Betty's voice came through the intercom. "Sheriff, you need to take this call. It's Doc Morrison from County General." Doc Morrison was the coroner for 3 counties, including ours. If he was calling, it meant someone was dead. "Sheriff." His voice was strained when I picked up. "I've got something here I think you need to see. Can you come to the morgue?" "What have you got, Doc?" "A body came in this morning from over in Pinehurst. Hunter found it in the woods. Thing is, Sheriff, I've been doing this job for 25 years, and I've never seen anything like this." The drive to County General took 40 minutes. 40 minutes of empty sky and silent forest that felt like traveling through a graveyard. I kept the radio on, listening to the state police frequency, hoping to hear something that would make sense of what was happening. Instead, I heard scattered reports from across the region. Missing pets in 3 counties. Livestock acting strange. And always the same question, where are the birds? Doc Morrison met me at the morgue entrance, and I could see the exhaustion in his face. He led me through the sterile corridors to the examination room, talking as we walked. "Hunter found him yesterday evening, about 5 miles from Pinehurst. Middle-aged guy, maybe 45, 50 years old. No identification, no wallet, nothing. But that's not the strange part." He pushed open the door to the examination room, and I stopped dead in my tracks. The body on the table was positioned normally, arms at its sides, face peaceful. But the skin had a waxy, translucent quality that made it look more like a mannequin than a person. And the eyes were completely black. Not just the pupils, the entire eye, from corner to corner, was a deep, glossy black that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "Doc," I said, my voice coming out as a croak. "What the hell happened to this man?" "That's just it, Sheriff. I can't find a cause of death. No trauma, no signs of disease, no indication of poisoning. His heart just stopped. But look at this." He lifted the body's shirt, revealing the chest. There, directly over the heart, was a mark about the size of a silver dollar. It looked like a burn, but the edges were too perfect, too precise. And in the center of the mark was a symbol I'd never seen before. 3 curved lines intersecting to form something that looked almost like a bird in flight. The mark appeared about an hour after the body arrived. Doc Morrison said. Just manifested on the skin. And Sheriff, that mark? It's warm. Just like the body temperature should be, even though this man's been dead for at least 12 hours. I stared at the symbol, and for a moment, I could have sworn it pulsed, just like the object sitting on my desk back at the station. Doc, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to call me the minute anything else unusual comes in. And I mean anything, animals, people, doesn't matter. If it's not normal, I need to know about it. The drive back to Millbrook felt like returning to a town under siege. The silence had weighed now, pressing down on the buildings and the streets like a physical presence. I noticed things I'd missed before. Lawn ornaments that should have been covered in bird droppings were spotless. Power lines that were usually dotted with perched birds stretched empty across the sky. Even the scarecrow in Henderson's garden looked pointless now, standing guard over nothing. Back at the station, I found Betty pacing behind the front desk, smoking a cigarette despite the no-smoking policy that had been in place for 10 years. "Sheriff, we've got a problem," she said the moment I walked in. "Phone's been ringing off the hook. Mrs. Patterson says her cat didn't come home last night. The Jenkins family is missing their dog. And old Tom Bradley swears something took his goats right out of his pen. Took them how? That's the thing. There's no sign of a break-in. The gate's still latched. The fence is intact. The goats are just gone." I felt my stomach drop. First the birds, then Jake's dog, now pets and livestock throughout the county. Whatever was happening, it was escalating. "Betty, I need you to call state police. Tell them we might need backup for, hell, I don't know what to tell them. Tell them we've got a situation that's beyond our capabilities." I went into my office and sat down at my desk, staring at the black object Principal Watson had found. It was definitely warmer now, and the movement inside it was more pronounced. As I watched, the surface seemed to ripple, like water disturbed by an unseen hand. That's when I heard it. It started as a vibration, so low I felt it more than heard it. A humming that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, resonating through the building's walls and up through the floor. The kind of sound you feel in your bones. I walked to the window and looked out at Main Street. Nothing seemed different at first. Same old buildings, same old streetlights, same old sidewalks cracked by 40 years of frost and thaw. But then I noticed the windows. Every window on Main Street was dark. Not just empty, dark. Like they were reflecting something that wasn't there. Something that absorbed light the way the dead man's eyes had absorbed it. The humming grew stronger, and I felt a vibration in my pocket. I pulled out my phone, expecting a call, but the screen was black. Completely black, like the battery had died. But when I pressed the power button, it came to life normally, showing full battery and perfect signal strength. That's when I realized the humming wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from the object on my desk. I approached it carefully, the way you might approach a wild animal. The black surface was rippling more violently now, and I could see shapes moving beneath it, shapes that looked almost like birds, tiny silhouettes wheeling and diving in some impossible space inside the glass. My radio crackled to life, making me jump. "Sheriff!" Betty's voice was tight with fear. "You need to get out here. Now." I found her standing at the front window, pointing at something across the street. Following her gaze, I saw what had spooked her. Mrs. Henderson was standing in her front yard, perfectly still, her face turned up to the sky. She'd been standing there when I drove past this morning, but I'd assumed she was just enjoying the weather. Now, 8 hours later, she was in exactly the same position. "How long has she been like that?" I asked. "I don't know. I just noticed her about an hour ago. Sheriff, I don't think she's moved at all. Not even to blink." I walked outside and crossed the street, calling out to Mrs. Henderson as I approached. She didn't respond. Didn't even acknowledge my presence. I walked around in front of her, and what I saw made my blood run cold. Her eyes were the same glossy black as the dead man's at the morgue. And on her forehead, just above her eyebrows, was the same symbol, 3 curved lines forming the shape of a bird in flight. But Mrs. Henderson wasn't dead. She was breathing, slowly and steadily. Her heart was beating. She was alive, but she was somewhere else entirely. I radioed Betty to call for an ambulance, then walked back across the street to the station. The humming from the object on my desk was louder now, almost musical. And as I listened, I began to hear something else underneath it, something that sounded almost like voices. Hundreds of voices, all singing the same wordless song. The phone rang, and I grabbed it without thinking. Sheriff? It was Doc Morrison again, but his voice was different now. Strained and frightened. Sheriff, you need to get back down here. We've got 17 more bodies. 17? How is that possible? They were found this morning, scattered across 3 counties. All of them the same, no cause of death, black eyes, that symbol burned into their chests. And Sheriff, they're all still warm. I hung up the phone and looked out the window again. Mrs. Henderson was still standing in her yard, still staring at the empty sky. But now she wasn't alone. I could see other figures scattered throughout the town. Mr. Peterson from the gas station, standing motionless beside the pumps. Little Jimmy Walsh, frozen in the middle of the crosswalk. Mrs. Chin from the Chinese restaurant, standing in her doorway like a statue. All of them facing the sky. All of them waiting. The object on my desk was pulsing now, pulsing in rhythm with something I couldn't see. And as I watched, hairline cracks began to appear on its surface, spreading like a spider web across the black glass. That's when I understood. The birds hadn't fled. They hadn't migrated. They'd been called. Summoned by something that was using them, using their migration patterns and their flocking instincts to gather them into one place. And when they were all together, when every bird in the region had answered the call, they'd been harvested. The object on my desk wasn't glass at all. It was some kind of container, and the shapes I'd been seeing inside weren't reflections. They were the birds themselves, somehow compressed and stored in that impossible space. Hundreds, maybe thousands of them, all trapped in a prison no bigger than a quarter. And now whatever had taken the birds was moving on to the next phase of its plan. The cracks in the object were spreading faster now, and with each new fracture, the humming grew louder. I could feel it in my teeth, in my bones, vibrating through every cell in my body. It was a summoning call, just like the one that had drawn the birds. But this call wasn't for birds. It was for us. I felt my feet begin to move toward the door, drawn by an irresistible urge to step outside, to join the others standing in the streets of Millbrook Township. To turn my face to the sky and wait for whatever was coming to take me home. But some part of me, the part that had spent 37 years learning to trust my instincts, the part that had kept me alive through 3 decades of small-town policing, fought back. I grabbed my service weapon and put 3 rounds into the black object on my desk. The effect was immediate and devastating. The object shattered like an egg, releasing a sound that was part scream, part wind, part something I didn't have words for. The air in my office shimmered, and for just a moment I saw them, all the birds that had vanished from Millbrook Township. They were there in my office, transparent as ghosts, wheeling and crying in a space that couldn't contain them. And then they were gone, not fading but snapping back to reality like rubber bands released from tension. Through my window, I could see them filling the sky, cardinals and robins, crows and hawks, starlings and sparrows, all returning at once in a great, raucous celebration of life and sound and movement. The humming stopped. The figures in the street blinked and shook their heads, looking around in confusion as if waking from a deep sleep. Mrs. Henderson walked back into her house, probably wondering why she was standing in her front yard. But I knew it wasn't over. That night, as I sat in my office writing my report, I kept thinking about the symbol I'd seen burned into the dead man's chest. 3 curved lines forming the shape of a bird in flight. It was beautiful, in its way. Elegant. Like a signature. I'd destroyed 1 container, freed 1 collection. But whoever had built that device, whoever had been harvesting the birds and preparing to harvest us, they were still out there. And they'd be back. 3 days later, I got word from the state police that similar incidents had been reported in 17 other states. Missing birds, followed by strange behavior in the local population, followed by the discovery of small, black objects that defied explanation. Some sheriffs had tried to destroy the objects, like I had. Others hadn't been so lucky. There were towns in Nevada and Colorado where everyone had simply vanished, leaving behind empty streets and open doors and cars running in driveways with no one behind the wheel. I retired the following month, turning over the badge to my deputy and moving to Florida, where the sun shines every day and the beaches are full of normal, explicable things like sand crabs and seagulls. But I still wake up some mornings to silence. And when I do, I look up at the sky and wonder if today's the day they come back to finish what they started. Because I know they will come back. Things like that always do. And next time, I might not be fast enough with my gun. Next time, I might find myself standing in my yard at dawn, face turned toward the heavens, waiting for the harvest to begin. The birds always know first. They always know when something's wrong with the world. They can sense things we can't, see things we're blind to. They're the canaries in the coal mine of reality itself. And when they all disappear at once, when the sky goes silent and the morning comes without song, that's when you know something's coming for you. Something that's been watching and waiting and planning. Something that collects things. And when it's done collecting birds, when it's gathered every feathered thing from the sky and compressed them into spaces that shouldn't exist, it starts collecting something else. I still have dreams about those 17 bodies in Doc Morrison's morgue. 17 people who answered a call they couldn't resist, who walked into the forest and gave themselves to something we'll never understand. Their eyes were black as winter nights, and the symbol burned into their skin was still warm when they found them. 3 curved lines. A bird in flight. A signature. A promise. I'm 82 years old now, and my hearing isn't what it used to be. But every morning, I step out onto my porch in St. Petersburg and listen to the mockingbirds and the gulls and the tiny wrens that nest in my neighbor's bougainvillea. And every morning I count them. Because the day I step outside to silence, the day the sky goes quiet and still, that's the day I'll know they found me. That's the day I'll know it's time. We stopped counting how many times that phone's rung. But the body count keeps rising. 27 years I wore the badge in Millbrook County, and I've seen things that would make a preacher question his faith. But nothing, and I mean nothing, prepared me for what started happening in the summer of '97. The summer when that damned payphone outside the old Sinclair station began its calling. You have to understand something about Millbrook. We're the kind of place folks drive through without stopping, maybe glance at the faded welcome sign riddled with buckshot holes, then press their foot a little harder on the gas pedal. Population 847, according to that sign, though we hadn't been that many souls since before the paper mill closed in '89. The real count was closer to 600, and dropping every year like leaves in October. The town sits in a valley between 2 low hills covered in scrub pine and bramble. The main road, Highway 49, cuts right through the heart of us, past the defunct movie theater with its marquee letters scattered on the sidewalk like broken teeth, past Meredith's diner where the coffee tastes like it was filtered through old socks, past the abandoned Sinclair station where our story begins. That station had been closed since the early 90s. Old Herman Sinclair had run it for 40 years before his heart gave out while he was changing a tire on a hot July afternoon. His nephew from Jacksonville came up to settle the estate, took one look at the place, and decided it wasn't worth the effort to demolish. So it just sat there, windows boarded up, weeds growing through cracks in the concrete, and that red, white, and blue Sinclair sign creaking in whatever breeze managed to find its way down into our valley. The payphone stood on the station's south side, bolted to a concrete post that had been painted white sometime in the Carter administration. By 97, that paint had peeled away to reveal rust-colored metal underneath, like dried blood seeping through bandages. The phone company had disconnected service to that line back in 93. I know because I was there when they cut the wires. Watched Eddie Kowalski from Southern Bell climb that utility pole with his wire cutters and snip the connection clean through. So when Martha Henley came into my office that first Tuesday in July, claiming she'd heard that phone ringing as she drove past on her way to work, I figured it was just another case of small-town imagination running wild. Martha worked the morning shift at the county clerk's office and had a tendency toward dramatics. The kind of woman who saw omens in coffee grounds and swore she could predict weather by the way her arthritic fingers ached. "Sheriff," she said, perching on the edge of the chair across from my desk like a bird ready to take flight. "I'm telling you that phone was ringing clear as a church bell. 3 times it rang before I passed out of earshot." I looked up from the paperwork I'd been pretending to read, budget reports that showed our department's funding being cut again, and studied Martha's face. She was pale beneath her powder, and her hands were shaking just enough to rattle the coffee cup she was gripping. "Martha, you know that phone's been disconnected for 4 years now." "I know what I heard." The thing about being sheriff in a place like Millbrook is that you learn to navigate the currents of small-town psychology. Folks get lonely, get scared, start seeing and hearing things that aren't there. It's not malicious. It's just the weight of too much silence, and too much space between neighbors. So I did what I always did. I listened, I nodded, and I promised to look into it. "I'll drive by there this afternoon," I told her. "Take a look around." Martha set down her coffee cup and leaned forward. "There's something else, Sheriff. Yesterday morning, before I heard that phone, I saw old Doc Peterson heading out toward the interstate with his medical bag. Haven't seen him since." Doc Peterson was 83 years old and had been the only doctor in Millbrook for more than half a century. He'd delivered most of the babies, set most of the broken bones, and pronounced most of the dead in our little corner of the world. But he'd been retired for 5 years, ever since his wife Ellen passed, and his mind started playing tricks on him. "Maybe he was just taking a drive," I suggested, though something cold was beginning to settle in my stomach. "In the middle of the night? With his medical bag?" I made a note to stop by Doc's place after I checked the payphone. Martha thanked me and left, her heels clicking against the linoleum floor like a countdown timer. The sound echoed in the empty office long after she was gone. My deputy, Tommy Marks, had called in sick that morning, the 3rd time in 2 weeks, which meant I was handling calls alone. Not that we got many. Most days, the biggest excitement was settling disputes between neighbors or writing citations for the few drivers brave enough to speed through town. The state police handled anything serious, and the county took care of the paperwork. We were more like community caretakers than law enforcement. Around 2 o'clock, I drove out to the Sinclair station. The afternoon heat was pressing down on everything like a heavy blanket, and the air shimmered above the broken asphalt of the parking lot. Grasshoppers buzzed in the tall weeds, and somewhere in the distance, A dog was barking with the persistence of an animal that had been forgotten. The payphone looked exactly as it had for years. Weathered, disconnected, forgotten. I walked around it, checking the line that ran up the utility pole. The wires were still cut, still hanging loose in the breeze. I picked up the handset and listened. Nothing. Not even a dial tone. But there was something else. Something that made the hair on my arms stand up despite the heat. The metal of the phone was cold to the touch, not just cool, but cold enough that it felt uncomfortable against my palm. I've lived in Georgia my whole life, and I know that metal objects left in the sun don't get cold. They get hot enough to burn you. I was still puzzling over this when I heard a car approaching on Highway 49. It was Doc Peterson's old Buick, weaving slightly between the yellow lines like its driver was having trouble keeping it steady. I waved, but Doc didn't seem to see me. He just kept driving toward town, his face pale and distant behind the windshield. I followed him at a distance, watched him pull into his driveway and sit in his car for several minutes before getting out. When he finally emerged, he was moving like a man in a dream, slow and uncertain. His medical bag was nowhere to be seen. I parked across the street and walked over. "Doc? Everything all right?" He looked at me with eyes that seemed to be focusing on something far away. "Sheriff," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I had the strangest experience. Someone called and said they needed help out on Riverside Road. Emergency, they said. But when I got there..." He trailed off, shaking his head. "What happened, Doc?" "Nothing. Nobody there. Just empty road and those old pine trees. But I could have sworn..." He paused, looking confused. "I could have sworn I heard someone calling for help." I helped him into his house and made sure he was settled in his favorite chair with a glass of water. Before I left, I asked him about the phone call. "What number did they call you on, Doc?" He frowned, concentration creasing his forehead. "That's the strange part, Sheriff. I don't remember the phone ringing at all. I just knew I had to go. Like someone was calling me, but not with words." I left Doc's house with more questions than answers and a growing sense that something was seriously wrong in Millbrook. That evening, I called the phone company to double-check the status of the Sinclair station line. The customer service representative confirmed what I already knew. Service had been discontinued in 1993, and there was no record of any calls being placed to or from that number since then. 2 days later, we found Doc Peterson. He was sitting in his car on a dirt road about 5 miles outside town, engine running, doors unlocked. His medical bag was on the passenger seat, open but unused. Doc himself was slumped over the steering wheel, and at first, I thought he'd had a heart attack. But when the coroner examined him, he found something that didn't make sense. Doc Peterson had died of dehydration. In a county where it had rained 3 times that week, sitting in a car with a full tank of gas and easy access to water, an experienced doctor had somehow died of dehydration. The coroner estimated he'd been dead for less than 24 hours. But his body showed signs of severe water loss that should have taken days to develop. "It's like he just dried up," the coroner told me, shaking his head. "Never seen anything like it." The day after we found Doc, the phone calls started. The first one came to Mayor Bradshaw at 3 in the morning. He told me about it the next day, sitting in my office with his hands wrapped around a coffee mug like he was trying to draw warmth from it. "Phone rang 3 times before I answered," he said. "But when I picked up, there was nobody there. Just this sound, like wind blowing through a tunnel. And underneath that, something else. Like someone whispering, but I couldn't make out the words. Could have been a prank call," I suggested, though I was already thinking about Martha's story and the cold payphone at the Sinclair station. That's what I figured. But here's the thing, Sheriff. The call came from that old payphone outside the gas station. Number showed up on my caller ID clear as day. The cold in my stomach spread to my chest. That's not possible, Mayor. That line's been dead for 4 years. I know. I called the phone company this morning to report it. They said the same thing you just did. But I'm looking at the caller ID right now. He showed me a small piece of paper where he'd written down the number. It matched the disconnected payphone exactly. Over the next week, 5 more people received calls from that dead line. Each call came in the early hours of the morning, each lasted less than 30 seconds, and each consisted of nothing but that strange wind tunnel sound and the underlying whisper that no one could quite understand. But the calls weren't random. I started keeping a list, and a pattern emerged that made my blood run cold. Everyone who received a call had been contacted by someone asking for help in the days before Doc Peterson died. The pharmacist had gotten a late-night request for medication. The volunteer fire chief had been asked to check on a possible gas leak. The pastor at First Baptist had been called about someone needing spiritual counsel. In each case, they'd gone to help and found nothing, no emergency, no person in need, just empty roads and the feeling that they were being watched from the tree line. And in each case, they'd driven past the Sinclair station on their way. I started patrolling that area more frequently, parking where I could see the payphone and waiting. Nothing happened during the day, but twice I saw people stop their cars near the station around midnight, sit there for several minutes, then drive away. When I approached them later, they claimed they didn't remember stopping at all. The second death happened on a Thursday. Mrs. Eleanor Vance, who ran the town's only flower shop, was found in her garden at dawn by her neighbor. She was kneeling among her prized roses, hands still clasped around her pruning shears, but she'd been dead for hours. The coroner said her heart had simply stopped, no sign of disease, no indication of trauma. But there were details that didn't fit. Mrs. Vance was wearing her winter coat despite the July heat, and her garden showed signs of intensive work that should have taken days to complete. Every rosebush had been meticulously pruned, every weed pulled, every inch of soil turned and smoothed. It was the kind of work that would have required 12 hours of non-stop labor. Her neighbor said she'd seen Eleanor heading toward the garden around 10 o'clock the previous evening, carrying a flashlight and wearing that heavy coat. Looked like she was in a trance, the neighbor told me. I called out to her, but she didn't even turn around. That night, Eleanor's sister received a call from the payphone at 2:47 a.m. The pattern was becoming clear, and it was becoming impossible to ignore. Someone, or something, was using that disconnected phone to call people, and somehow, those calls were connected to deaths in our town. But what could I do? File a report claiming supernatural activity? Call in the state police to investigate a haunted payphone? I decided to do something that probably wasn't very smart, but felt necessary. I was going to watch that phone all night and see what happened. On Friday evening, I parked my patrol car in the shadow of the old station's service bay and settled in to wait. I'd brought coffee, sandwiches, and a thermos of black tea to keep me alert. The radio was set to the emergency frequency, and I had my cell phone ready to call for backup if needed, though I wasn't sure what kind of backup would be useful against whatever was happening in Millbrook. The night was unusually quiet. No traffic on Highway 49, no sounds from the surrounding woods. Even the insects seemed to have gone silent, as if they were waiting for something. The payphone stood in its circle of yellow light from the old street lamp, looking innocent and ordinary. Around midnight the temperature began to drop. It wasn't a gradual cooling, the kind you'd expect as night settled in. This was sudden and dramatic, like someone had opened a door to a freezer. My breath began to fog, and frost started forming on the inside of my windshield. I checked the thermometer on my dashboard, 38 degrees. In the middle of July in Georgia. Then I heard the ringing. It started soft, almost musical, like the sound was coming from very far away. But it grew louder and more insistent, echoing off the empty buildings and seeming to come from everywhere at once. The payphone's handset began to glow with a faint blue light that pulsed in rhythm with the ringing. I got out of my car, though every instinct I had was screaming at me to drive away as fast as possible. The cold hit me like a physical blow, and my breath came out in thick white clouds. The ringing continued, 7 times, 8 times, 9. On the 10th ring, someone answered. I couldn't see anyone near the phone, but the ringing stopped abruptly, and I heard the unmistakable sound of a handset being lifted from its cradle. Then, carried on the impossibly cold night air, I heard a voice. It was Martha Henley's voice, but not as I'd ever heard it before. It was flat, emotionless, like someone reading words they didn't understand. "Hello?" she said. "Yes, I can come. I'll be right there." The handset clicked back into place, and the blue glow faded. The temperature began to return to normal, and the insects resumed their nighttime chorus. I stood there in the growing warmth, trying to process what I just witnessed. Then I remembered something that made my knees go weak. Martha Henley had died 3 days ago. I'd been so focused on the mystery of the payphone and the strange deaths that I'd almost forgotten about Martha's funeral on Tuesday. She'd suffered a stroke in her sleep, the 3rd unexplained death in 2 weeks. But I just heard her voice, answering that impossible phone call from a line that had been dead for 4 years. I got back in my car and drove straight to the cemetery. Millbrook Cemetery sits on a hill overlooking the town, surrounded by an iron fence that's been painted and repainted so many times that the bars look thick and rounded. The oldest graves date back to the 1890s, and there's a section in the back where they buried the victims of the influenza epidemic of 1918. Martha's grave was in the newer section, marked by a simple granite headstone with fresh flowers. The earth around her grave was undisturbed. But there were footprints in the soft soil, small, neat prints that matched the shoes Martha had been buried in. The prints led from her grave to the cemetery gate, then disappeared on the paved road that led back toward town. I followed that road with my flashlight, looking for more signs, and found them about halfway between the cemetery and the Sinclair station. The footprints appeared again in a patch of soft earth beside the road, as if Martha had materialized out of thin air and continued walking. They led straight to the payphone. I spent the rest of that night sitting in my car, watching the phone and trying to make sense of what I'd seen. As dawn broke over Millbrook, painting the sky the color of old roses, I came to a conclusion that should have terrified me but instead brought an odd sense of relief. My town was haunted. Not by some Hollywood monster or Gothic nightmare, but by something far more subtle and infinitely more disturbing. Something that could reach across the boundary between life and death and compel the dead to answer when duty called. Because that's what was happening, I realized. The dead were answering calls for help, calls that came through a phone line that shouldn't exist, to people who shouldn't be able to answer. Doc Peterson had responded to a medical emergency. Mrs. Vance had answered a call about someone needing care for their garden. And Martha, who had worked in public service her entire life, had answered because someone, somewhere, needed help. The question was, who was making these calls? I got my answer the following Tuesday, when I received one myself. I was sleeping in my own bed for the first time in a week when my phone rang at 3:17 a.m. Half awake, I fumbled for the handset and mumbled something that might have been, "Hello?" The voice on the other end was mine. "Sheriff," my own voice said, with that same flat, emotionless tone I'd heard from Martha. "There's been an accident out on Highway 49, near the old Sinclair station. Someone needs help. The line went dead. I sat up in bed, fully awake now, my heart hammering against my ribs. I checked my caller ID. The call had come from the payphone. But I was alive. I was breathing, thinking, feeling the terror that comes with encountering something that shouldn't exist. The voice on the phone had been mine, but I wasn't dead. So how was I answering calls from beyond the grave? Unless I was already dead and just didn't know it yet. That thought sent me rushing to the bathroom mirror, where I examined my reflection for signs of death. But I looked normal, tired, scared, but definitely alive. My skin was warm, my pulse was strong, and I cast a clear reflection. If I was a ghost, I was a remarkably solid one. I got dressed and drove to the Sinclair station, not because I wanted to, but because some part of me, the part that had spent 27 years responding to calls for help, couldn't ignore the request. Even if it came from my own dead voice. The scene I found there was impossible. There was a car accident, just as the call had indicated. A sedan had left the road and crashed into the concrete post that held the payphone. The driver was slumped over the steering wheel, unconscious but breathing. Steam rose from the crumpled hood, and one headlight flickered on and off in a broken rhythm. But here's what made it impossible. The accident hadn't happened yet. I know this because the driver was Tommy Marks, my deputy, and he was supposed to be at home in bed. I also know this because the car's license plate was clearly visible, and when I called it into dispatch, they told me the vehicle had been reported stolen 2 hours ago from a parking lot in Atlanta, 150 miles away. There was no way Tommy could have stolen a car in Atlanta and driven it to Millbrook in 2 hours. There was no way he could have crashed into that post before I arrived, because I'd been watching the payphone on and off for the past week, and there had been no accident. But there he was, bleeding from a cut on his forehead, mumbling in his unconscious state about being called to help someone. I called for an ambulance and waited with Tommy until it arrived. As the paramedics loaded him onto a stretcher, he grabbed my arm with surprising strength. "Sheriff," he whispered, his eyes unfocused but urgent. "I heard you calling. You said someone needed help." "I didn't call you, Tommy." "Not you now," he said, his grip tightening. "You later. You from the phone." The paramedics took Tommy to the county hospital, where doctors treated him for a concussion and minor lacerations. The stolen car was returned to its owner, who swore he'd locked it securely in a well-lit parking lot. Tommy himself had no memory of how he'd gotten to Millbrook, or why he'd been driving a stolen vehicle. But I was beginning to understand. The payphone wasn't just calling the dead. It was calling people to their deaths, using the voices of those who had already answered its summons. Doc Peterson had heard someone calling for medical help. Mrs. Vance had heard someone who needed her gardening expertise. Martha had heard someone who needed her administrative skills. And Tommy had heard my voice calling for backup. The phone was recruiting people for some purpose, and it was using their own sense of duty and service to lure them in. Once they answered the call, they became part of whatever was operating that impossible device. Their voices joined the chorus of the dead, calling others to join them. But why? What was the purpose of this supernatural conscription? I got my answer on the night I decided to answer the phone myself. It had been ringing every night for 2 weeks, always between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m., always with that same ethereal blue glow and bone-chilling cold. I'd watched from a distance as it rang unanswered, and each time, someone in town would die within the next few days. The pattern was becoming predictable, and the body count was rising. 5 more people had died in circumstances that defied explanation. The bank president had been found in his vault, apparently having worked all night to organize every bill and coin in perfect order before his heart simply stopped. The librarian had been discovered among her books, having spent her final hours creating the most comprehensive catalog the building had ever seen. Each death was preceded by a call from the payphone, and each victim had been found having completed some task with impossible dedication and skill. I realized that if I didn't do something to break the cycle, everyone in Millbrook would eventually receive a call. And based on what I'd observed, answering that call meant joining the ranks of the dead who served whatever presence had taken residence in our small town. So on a cold Thursday night in August, cold because of the phone's unnatural influence, not the weather, I walked up to that payphone and waited for it to ring. It began at 2:33 a.m., the sound cutting through the silence like a blade. The blue glow illuminated my face as I reached for the handset, and the cold hit me with the force of a physical blow. My breath came out in white clouds as I lifted the receiver to my ear. "Hello?" I said. The voice that answered was my own, but older, wearier, speaking with the authority of someone who had accepted a terrible responsibility. "Sheriff," my future voice said, "there's work to be done. The town needs protecting. The boundaries need maintaining. Will you come?" And in that moment, I understood everything. Millbrook wasn't being haunted. It was being protected. The payphone wasn't randomly killing people. It was recruiting guardians, those who had spent their lives in service to others, who would continue that service even after death. The dead weren't victims. They were volunteers in an eternal watch against something far worse than death itself. I could feel it then, pressing against the edges of our reality like water against a dam. Something vast and hungry and patient, held back by the vigilance of those who had answered the call. Doc Peterson keeping the sick from becoming something other than sick. Mrs. Vance tending gardens that bloomed in patterns too complex for human understanding. Martha filing reports on activities that shouldn't exist. And me, the sheriff, maintaining order in a place where the natural laws bent and twisted like branches in a storm. "Yes," I said into the phone. "I'll come." The line went dead, and the cold began to fade. But I didn't die that night, or the next, or the one after that. Instead, I began to see Millbrook as it really was, a thin place where the world we know overlaps with something older and stranger. A place that needed watchers, guardians who could stand between the living and the things that hungered for life. I'm still the sheriff of Millbrook County, though the title means something different now. I still patrol the roads and answer calls for help. But some of those calls come from a phone that shouldn't work, and some of the help I provide is for situations that shouldn't exist. Tommy recovered from his accident and returned to work, though he never asked about that night, and I never volunteered an explanation. The payphone still rings, but less frequently now. The death rate in Millbrook has returned to normal, which is to say that people die when they are supposed to die, of causes that make sense in the world everyone else inhabits. But I know the truth. We all do, those of us who answered the call. We're still here, still serving, still protecting a town that most people drive through without stopping. We're the thin blue line between the living and something that would make them wish they were dead. Sometimes, late at night when I'm patrolling the empty streets, I'll see Doc Peterson's car heading toward Riverside Road, or catch a glimpse of Mrs. Vance tending flowers that bloom in impossible colors. They nod to me when our paths cross, a greeting between colleagues who share an understanding that goes beyond words. And sometimes, when the wind is right and the moon is dark, I'll hear that payphone ringing in the distance. Not calling for me, I've already answered, but reaching out to someone else who has the strength and dedication to serve beyond the grave. We stopped counting how many times that phone's rung, but the body count has stopped rising. And that's all that matters in a place like Millbrook, where the real job of keeping the peace never ends, not even in death. The phone company came by last month to finally remove that old payphone. They said it was an eyesore, a relic of a bygone era that served no purpose in our modern world. I watched them start to unbolt it from its concrete post, then stop when their tools began to smoke and their truck's engine died. They left without finishing the job, muttering about faulty equipment and promising to return with better tools. But they won't be back. Some things in this world are meant to stay exactly where they are, serving purposes that don't appear in any manual or policy document. The payphone remains, waiting for the next call, the next crisis, the next soul willing to answer when duty calls from beyond the grave. And I remain, too, sheriff of a town that exists in the spaces between what is and what shouldn't be, keeping the peace in ways that would make no sense to anyone who hasn't heard that phone ring in the depths of a cold summer night. That's my story, and it's as true as anything else I've ever sworn to uphold. Make of it what you will. But if you're ever driving through a small town and you see an old payphone that looks like it should have been disconnected years ago, do yourself a favor. Don't answer it if it rings. Some calls are meant for those of us who've already learned that service doesn't end with death. It just changes forms, like everything else in this strange world we're sworn to protect. There it was, standing where no house had ever stood. And the front door was open. I've been sheriff of Millbrook County for 37 years, and in all that time, I'd driven down Sycamore End exactly 412 times. I know because I counted them, after. When something impossible happens in your jurisdiction, you start counting everything, measuring everything, trying to find the crack where reality slipped through. Sycamore End terminates at the old Hendricks property, or what used to be the Hendricks property before the bank foreclosed in '89. Nothing but 23 acres of scrub pine and wild blackberry, the kind of land that never quite settled right after the trees were cut. The road just stops there, like whoever laid the asphalt ran out of ambition and decided the world could end right there as well as anywhere else. But that Tuesday morning in September 15th, 2023, to be precise, there was a house. Not a new house. Not a house under construction. A house that looked like it had been there for decades, settled into the earth like an old tooth rooted deep in diseased gums. White clapboard siding gone gray with weather, black shutters that hung slightly askew, and a wraparound porch that sagged in the middle like a broken smile. The front door was painted red. Barn red, the color of dried blood, and it hung open maybe 6 inches, just wide enough for the darkness inside to leak out. I sat in my cruiser for a full 10 minutes, engine idling, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Not because I couldn't believe it. Hell, at my age, you learn to believe in whatever's standing right in front of you. But because I needed to remember exactly how everything looked before I got out of that car and started changing things just by being there. The house cast a shadow that was too long for the angle of the sun. The shadow fell across the weeds and brambles in a perfect rectangle, dark as spilled ink, and nothing grew in that shadow. Not even weeds. Just bare earth, packed hard as concrete. When I finally killed the engine, the silence was wrong. You know how silence is supposed to feel, like an absence of sound. This silence felt full, like it was holding its breath. Even the insects had gone quiet, and in Millbrook County, the insects never go quiet. Not in September. Not ever. I radioed in my location to Martha at dispatch, keeping my voice level and professional. Unit 1 at Sycamore End, checking on a possible trespassing situation. Copy that, Sheriff. Want me to send backup? I almost said yes. Should have said yes. But Millbrook County runs on a skeleton crew, and I couldn't justify pulling Mike or Deputy Chin off their patrols for what might turn out to be nothing more than an old man's confused eyes. Negative. I'll call if I need assistance. The radio crackled once and went dead. Not dead like the signal cut out, dead like the radio had never been alive in the first place. I got out of the cruiser, and immediately noticed the smell. Sweet and cloying, like flowers left too long in a closed room. But underneath that sweetness was something else, something that made my sinuses burn and my eyes water. Chemical. Medical. The kind of smell that clings to hospitals and funeral homes. The gravel under my boots sounded too loud in the unnatural silence. Each step seemed to echo back from the house, but the echo came a split second too late, like the sound had to travel through something thick and resistant before bouncing back. The front yard, if you could call it that, was covered in what looked like morning glory vines, but the flowers were wrong. Instead of the usual purple or white blooms, these were dark red, almost black at the centers, and they followed the sun like sunflowers. Except there was no sun. The sky had clouded over while I'd been sitting in the car, though I hadn't noticed it happening. I approached the porch slowly, keeping one hand near my service weapon. The steps creaked under my weight, but it was a dry creak, like old wood that had never known moisture. The porch boards were painted gray, and the paint was peeling in perfect spirals, curling away from the wooden patterns that reminded me of fingerprints. From the porch, I could see through the open front door into what appeared to be a living room. Furniture covered in white sheets. A brick fireplace with cold ashes scattered on the hearth. Family photographs on the mantelpiece, but I was too far away to make out the faces. "Hello?" I called out. "Sheriff's Department." My voice seemed to stop at the threshold. It didn't echo inside the house. It just stopped, like the interior had swallowed it whole. I waited. The silence pressed against my eardrums. "Anyone home?" Nothing. I stepped closer to the doorway and peered inside. The living room was larger than it should have been, given the size of the house from the outside. The ceiling stretched up into shadows that my eyes couldn't quite penetrate, and the far wall seemed to recede as I looked at it, like looking down a tunnel. The photographs on the mantelpiece drew my attention. Black and white portraits in ornate frames, the kind of formal family photos they used to take back when photography was still an occasion. A man in a dark suit standing behind a seated woman in a high-collared dress. 3 children arranged by height, their faces solemn and pale. But their eyes were wrong. In every photograph, the eyes had been scratched out. Not violently, carefully, methodically, with something sharp and precise. Where the eyes should have been were tiny, perfect holes that seemed to go deeper than the photograph itself. I took a step inside. The floorboards didn't creak. They didn't make any sound at all, as if my weight barely registered. The air inside was thick and still, heavy with that sweet sick smell and something else, ozone, like the air before a thunderstorm. The furniture under the sheets was arranged in a perfect conversation circle, as if the family had just stepped out for a moment, and would be right back. I lifted the corner of one sheet and found an antique rocking chair underneath, its wooden arms worn smooth by countless hands. But the wear patterns were wrong. Instead of the usual spots where arms would rest, the wood was worn in long, vertical grooves, as if something with claws had gripped the chair over and over again. A grandfather clock stood in the corner, its pendulum motionless. The face showed 3:17, but the hands weren't quite right. They were too long, too thin, and they curved slightly, like fingers reaching across the clock face. I moved deeper into the house, following a narrow hallway that led toward the back. Family photographs lined both walls, more of the same formal portraits with the eyes carefully removed. But as I progressed down the hallway, the photographs began to change. The same family, but in different arrangements. The children growing older. The parents aging. New faces appearing and old ones disappearing. Except the eyes were gone from every single photograph. The hallway seemed longer than the house could possibly contain. I counted my steps, 18, 19, 20, and still hadn't reached the end. The photographs were changing now, becoming more recent. Color photography replaced black and white. The formal poses gave way to candid shots. Birthday parties, Christmas mornings, school graduations. But still, no eyes. Just those perfect, tiny holes that seemed to watch me as I passed. At 27 steps, I reached a kitchen that couldn't exist. Based on the size of the house from the outside, I should have reached the back wall 15 steps ago. But here was a full-sized kitchen with a large window that looked out onto what appeared to be acres of farmland stretching to a horizon I'd never seen before. The kitchen was immaculate. Dishes stacked neatly in the cupboards. A coffee pot still warm on the stove. Fresh fruit in a bowl on the counter. Apples and pears that looked like they'd been picked that morning. I opened the refrigerator. It was full of food, all of it fresh. All of it arranged with the kind of care that comes from habit. Milk that wouldn't expire for another week. Sandwich meat that still had the deli wrapper. A casserole covered in plastic wrap with a note attached. For Sunday dinner. The note was dated September 15th, 2023. Today. But the handwriting was old-fashioned, the kind of careful script they taught in schools 60 years ago. The kind of handwriting my grandmother used. I heard a sound from upstairs. Not quite footsteps, more like something heavy being dragged across the floor. Slow and deliberate, back and forth, like someone pacing. The stairs were at the far end of the kitchen, narrow and steep, with a banister that had been rubbed smooth by countless hands. As I climbed, the dragging sound grew louder, more distinct. It was coming from directly above me, keeping pace with my ascent. The second floor was impossible. From outside, the house had appeared to be a single story with maybe an attic. But here was a full second floor with a long hallway and multiple doorways. The ceiling was low, forcing me to duck slightly, and the walls were covered in wallpaper that seemed to shift in my peripheral vision. Flowers that rearranged themselves when I wasn't looking directly at them. The dragging sound was coming from the room at the end of the hall. The door was slightly ajar, and pale light seeped through the crack. I approached slowly, my hand now resting on my gun. The floorboards here did creak, but the sound was muffled, as if the house itself was trying to muffle my approach. 3 feet from the door, I stopped. The dragging sound had ceased, but I could hear something else now, breathing. Slow, labored breathing, like someone sleeping deeply. Or someone pretending to sleep. I pushed the door open with my foot. The room was a bedroom, sparsely furnished with a single bed, a dresser, and a rocking chair by the window. Sunlight streamed through the window, but it was the wrong color, too pale, too thin, like light filtered through old glass. The bed was occupied. An elderly woman lay under a faded quilt, her gray hair spread across the pillow, her eyes closed. She was breathing slowly and regularly, as if in deep sleep. But something about her stillness was unnatural, too perfect, like a photograph of someone sleeping rather than actual sleep. I took a step closer and saw that she was incredibly old, not just elderly, but ancient. Her skin was like parchment, translucent and fragile, and her hands lying atop the quilt were gnarled and spotted with age. But her face was peaceful, almost serene. On the dresser beside the bed were more photographs. These were different from the ones downstairs, newer, in color, and the eyes hadn't been removed. I could see them clearly now. The same family from the portraits below, but decades more recent. And in every photograph, no matter when it was taken, the old woman in the bed appeared exactly as she did now. Unchanged. Unaging. The photographs spanned what looked like 40 or 50 years. But she remained constant while everyone around her grew older, had children, aged and died. In the most recent photographs, she was surrounded by people I didn't recognize, but who shared certain familiar features: the same nose, the same jawline, the same eyes. Eyes that were now missing from all the portraits downstairs. I heard the dragging sound again, directly above my head now. Something being pulled across the floor of a third story that couldn't possibly exist. The old woman in the bed opened her eyes. They were completely white. Not blind white, but empty white, like looking into a cup of milk. She turned her head toward me with mechanical precision and smiled. "You're early," she said. Her voice was like rustling leaves. "We weren't expecting you until tonight." I took a step backward, my hand moving to my weapon. "Ma'am, I'm Sheriff Morrison with Millbrook County. I need to ask you some questions about this property." She continued to smile, but her head tilted slightly, like a bird studying something curious. "Questions?" she repeated. "Yes, there are always questions. But the answers are upstairs." She raised one ancient hand and pointed toward the ceiling. "Third floor," she said. "That's where we keep the answers." I looked up. There was no third floor. The house had barely looked large enough for 2 stories from the outside. When I looked back down, the bed was empty. The quilt was still warm. I left the room quickly, my heart hammering against my ribs. The hallway seemed longer now, the wallpaper flowers definitely moving when I wasn't looking directly at them. The stairs down to the kitchen felt unstable under my feet, as if they might collapse at any moment. But instead of heading for the front door, I found myself drawn back to the kitchen, to that window that looked out on impossible farmland. I needed to see it again, to confirm what I thought I'd seen. The window was still there, but the view had changed. Instead of farmland, I was looking out at Millbrook County as it had been 50 years ago. I could see the old grain elevator that had been torn down in the 80s. The railroad bridge that had washed out in the flood of '92. Houses that had been condemned and demolished decades ago. And people. Dozens of people working in gardens, hanging laundry, walking down streets that no longer existed. All of them moving in the slow, mechanical way of the old woman upstairs. All of them turning to look at the window where I stood. All of them with those same empty white eyes. I backed away from the window and collided with something that hadn't been there before. A kitchen table, set for dinner. 5 place settings with good china and silver cutlery. A roast in the center of the table, still steaming. Vegetables in serving bowls. A pitcher of what looked like fresh lemonade. And at each place setting, a family photograph propped against the water glass. The same family from the portraits throughout the house, but these photographs were different. In these, everyone's eyes had been replaced with tiny mirrors. I could see myself reflected in a dozen tiny mirrors, fractured and multiplied, looking terrified and lost. That's when I heard the front door close. Not slam shut, close gently, with the soft click of a latch catching. The way someone closes a door when they're trying not to wake anyone. I was trapped. I moved through the house now with growing panic, but every door I tried led to another room that shouldn't exist. A library with books written in languages I didn't recognize. A sunroom full of plants that turned to follow my movement. A bathroom where the mirror showed not my reflection, but the reflection of someone standing behind me, someone who wasn't there when I turned around. The house had become a maze, and I was at its center. Finally, after what felt like hours but couldn't have been more than minutes, I found myself back in the original living room. The front door was directly ahead, closed now, with that red paint gleaming like fresh blood. I reached for the doorknob. It turned easily under my hand, and the door swung open to reveal not the front porch where I'd entered, but a vast darkness that seemed to extend infinitely in all directions. No stars, no horizon, just an empty void that made my eyes water to look at. I stepped back and tried the door again. Same thing. The darkness beyond the threshold was absolute and hungry, as if it were waiting for me to step through. Behind me, I heard movement. The soft whisper of feet on hardwood floors. Multiple sets of feet, all moving in perfect synchronization. I turned around. The living room was full of people. The family from the photographs, but not as they appeared in the pictures. These were older, much older, their faces lined and weathered by decades of impossible existence. They stood in a perfect semicircle, all facing me, all wearing those empty white eyes. The old woman from the bedroom was among them, no longer in her nightgown but dressed in a formal black dress with a high collar. She stepped forward slightly. "You can't leave," she said in that rustling leaves voice. "No one leaves once they've seen the house." "The house that wasn't there," added a man who might have been her son, his voice equally hollow. "The house that's always been there," corrected a younger woman, possibly a granddaughter. They began to move closer, that same mechanical precision in their steps. I drew my weapon, but my hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep it steady. "Stay back," I warned, though I knew it was useless. The old woman smiled wider, and I could see now that her teeth were too sharp, filed to points like an animal's. "We've been waiting so long for a new neighbor," she said. "The house gets lonely." That's when I understood. This wasn't just a house that had appeared where no house should be. This was a house that existed in the spaces between things, in the cracks of reality. And everyone who entered became part of it, became part of the family that could never leave. I looked around desperately for another exit, and saw that the walls were covered with more photographs now, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. All showing the same impossible family growing larger and larger over the decades. All those missing eyes, all those perfect holes that led to darkness. And in the newest photographs, the ones that hadn't been there when I first entered, I could see myself. Standing in this very room, wearing my sheriff's uniform, my face pale with terror. But my eyes were gone too. I raised my gun, not at the family, but at my own reflection in the glass of the nearest photograph. The gunshot was impossibly loud in the confined space, and the glass shattered, sending fragments flying. The family screamed, not with voices, but with the sound of wind through empty spaces. The house shook, the walls rippling like water, and suddenly I was falling through darkness, through the void beyond the door, falling and falling until I was sitting in my cruiser on Sycamore End, engine running, radio crackling with Martha's voice. "Sheriff? You there? You called in a possible trespassing situation?" I looked ahead. Empty land stretched to the horizon. Scrub pine and wild blackberry. No house. No red door. No impossible family with their hungry white eyes. But in my rearview mirror, I could see it. The house, exactly as it had been, settled into the earth like an old tooth. The front door standing open 6 inches, darkness leaking out. I put the car in reverse and drove away without looking back. That was 6 months ago. I've driven down Sycamore End 4 times since then, always during daylight, always with backup. The house is never there when I'm looking forward. But it's always there in the mirrors. And every time I check, there are new photographs in my house. Family pictures I don't remember taking, with people I don't recognize but who have familiar features. The same nose. The same jawline. The same eyes. Except my eyes are gone from every photograph. Just perfect little holes that seem to watch me wherever I go. I've been thinking about retirement lately. 37 years is long enough for any man to carry a badge. But I'm worried about who might drive down Sycamore End after I'm gone. Who might see that red door standing open and think they're brave enough to step inside. Because the house is patient. It's been waiting in the spaces between things for longer than Millbrook County has existed. And it's always looking for new family members. Always looking for someone else who won't be missed right away. Always looking through those perfect little holes where eyes used to be. The worst part isn't what I saw in that house. The worst part is that I'm starting to forget what my own eyes looked like. When I try to remember my reflection from before that day, all I can see are those two small, dark holes staring back at me. And sometimes, late at night when the silence gets too full, I can hear that dragging sound above my head. Something heavy being pulled back and forth across the floor of a room that doesn't exist in a house I never visit. But I know it's there. And I know it's waiting. The house that wasn't there is always there, in the corner of your eye, in the reflection you glimpse when you're not looking for it. And once you've seen it, really seen it, it never quite lets you go. There it was, standing where no house had ever stood. And the front door is always open. I watched the ground bleed like a wound. And then the screaming started. That was 37 years ago, but I can still see it clear as yesterday. The dark stains spreading through the frost-hardened earth like spilled ink, seeping up from somewhere deep below. The screaming came after, raw and desperate, though we never did find who was making that sound. Or if it was human at all. My name doesn't matter much anymore. Been sheriff of Millbrook for 43 years, and in a town this size, population 847 on a good day, you get to know every secret, every shadow, every family tree that's grown twisted in the dark. But this thing, this bleeding ground business, it's the one case that never got filed away proper. The one that still visits me in the small hours when the wind picks up and rattles the windows of my house on Elm Street. It was October, as these things usually are in small towns. The maples had turned that particular shade of red that looks too much like blood when the light hits them just right, and the air carried that smell, you know the one. Sweet decay, like fruit left too long on the vine. The kind of smell that gets into your clothes and follows you home. I was finishing up paperwork in the station when young Tommy Brennan came running in, face white as fresh snow. Tommy worked part-time at Millbrook Cemetery, keeping the grounds neat and the headstones straight. Good kid, usually. Quiet. The kind who'd rather talk to the dead than the living, which made him perfect for the job. "Sheriff," he said, words tumbling over each other like stones down a hill. "You got to come see this. Something ain't right up at the cemetery." Now, in my experience, nothing's ever right at cemeteries. They're not supposed to be. But the look in Tommy's eyes, wild and skittish, like he'd seen something that couldn't be unseen, that got my attention. The cemetery sits on the hill overlooking town, surrounded by an iron fence that's been there since before the Civil War. The gate creaks when it opens, no matter how much oil you put on those hinges. It's like the metal remembers every person who's passed through, and it's keeping count. We walked up the main path, gravel crunching under our boots. The sun was getting low, casting long shadows between the headstones. That's when I smelled it, something underneath the usual cemetery smell of old flowers and turned earth. Something metallic and warm. "Over here," Tommy whispered, like speaking too loud might wake something better left sleeping. He led me to the far corner of the cemetery, where the oldest graves cluster together like huddled sheep. Most of the names on those stones had been worn smooth by time and weather, but one stood out. The granite was dark, almost black, and the letters carved deep. Ezra Blackwood 1823 to 1847. The earth claims its own. The ground around that headstone was wrong. Not just the color, though it was darker than it should have been, like soil mixed with something else, but the texture. It looked wet, though it hadn't rained in weeks. And as I watched, I saw it, a thin line of dark liquid seeping up through the earth, spreading outward in delicate tendrils. "Started about an hour ago," Tommy said, his voice barely above a whisper. just bubbling up from nowhere. I knelt down and touched the edge of the stain with my finger. The liquid was warm, body temperature, and when I brought my finger to my nose, the metallic smell hit me like a fist. Blood. Fresh blood, seeping up from 6 feet under. "Who's buried here?" I asked, though I had a feeling I knew the answer. Tommy swallowed hard. "Ezra Blackwood. Town records say he was, well, they don't say much. Just that he died young and folks were glad to see him go." I'd heard the name before, whispered in the corners of Millbrick's memory. Blackwood was one of those stories that got passed down in fragments, never the whole truth, just pieces that didn't quite fit together. A man who'd owned land outside town. A man who'd made his neighbors nervous. A man who'd died under circumstances that folks preferred not to discuss. As we stood there watching, the stains spread further. The blood, if that's what it was, seeped between the grass roots, turning the earth dark and slick. And that's when we heard it, a sound like air being forced through a narrow pipe, rhythmic and desperate. Breathing. Tommy grabbed my arm. "You hear that?" I heard it. Coming from underground, from the direction of Blackwood's grave. Slow, labored breathing, like someone trying to draw air through 6 feet of packed earth. "We're leaving," I said, pulling Tommy toward the gate. But as we turned, the breathing stopped, and something else started. Scratching. The sound of fingernails against wood, coming from below. We ran. I'm not ashamed to admit it. 2 grown men running from a cemetery like children fleeing a nightmare. But some instincts are older than pride. Behind us, I swear I could hear the sound growing louder, more frantic, like something clawing its way up from the dark. Back at the station, I pulled the old record books, the ones that went back to Millbrook's founding. Ezra Blackwood's name appeared in several entries, none of them pleasant reading. Complaints from neighbors about strange smells coming from his property. Reports of livestock found dead with no apparent cause. Whispers about visitors who came to his house at night and were never seen leaving. The last entry was dated October 13th, 1847. The day Blackwood died. According to the record, he'd been found in his cellar, dead for what looked like several days. The cause of death was listed as unknown, but there was a note in the margin, written in different handwriting. Buried deep and with salt. Salt. In the old days, that was how you kept certain things from coming back. I closed the book and tried to convince myself it was just a broken water main, or maybe an old septic line that had cracked and was leaking into the cemetery. But that smell, metallic and warm, stayed with me. And the sound of that desperate breathing, coming from somewhere no breath should be. The next morning, I drove back up to the cemetery alone. The bleeding had stopped, leaving behind a dark stain in the earth that looked like a shadow cast by something standing directly overhead. The grass around Blackwood's grave had turned brown and brittle, like it had been burned from underneath. I asked around town, casual-like, about the Blackwood family. Old-timers remembered stories, fragments passed down through generations. Ezra Blackwood had been what folks called a root doctor, back in his day, dealing in herbs and remedies that worked too well and cost too much. People came to him when regular medicine failed, when they were desperate enough to try anything. But there were other stories, darker ones. Talk of rituals performed in his cellar by candlelight. Missing persons who were last seen heading toward his property. Children who disappeared on nights when the moon was dark. Folks said he made a deal. Old Martha Henley told me over coffee at the diner. Traded his soul for knowledge that no man ought to have. When he died, they buried him quick and deep, with salt in his mouth and iron nails in his coffin. Wasn't taking any chances. And the bleeding? I asked. Martha's face went pale. Happens every year, same night. October 13th, Ground bleeds for an hour, then stops. Been going on since before I was born, and I'm 83 years old. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. Why didn't anyone tell me? Because knowing don't help, she said. Some things are best left alone. But I couldn't leave it alone. That's the curse of wearing a badge. You feel responsible for keeping order, even when order's the last thing that wants to be kept. I spent the next few days researching, calling other sheriffs in neighboring counties, asking if they'd heard similar stories. Most hung up on me or changed the subject, but Sheriff Dalton over in Crenshaw County finally opened up. Had something like that few years back, he said, voice low like he was afraid someone might overhear. Old cemetery, one grave that wouldn't stay put. Ground would open up, coffin would be pushed halfway to the surface. Happened 3 times before we figured out what to do. What did you do? Moved the whole cemetery. Every last grave except that one. Left it alone, put up a fence, posted no trespassing signs. Haven't had trouble since. But the grave is still there? Far as I know. Some things you can't fix, Sheriff. You just contain them and hope they stay contained. October 13th came around again, and I was ready for it. I set up a lawn chair in the cemetery that afternoon, positioning myself where I could watch Blackwood's grave without getting too close. Brought a thermos of coffee, a flashlight, and my service weapon, not that I expected bullets to help with whatever was coming, but old habits die hard. The sun set behind the trees, painting the sky the color of dried blood. As darkness settled over the cemetery, I could feel the temperature drop, not the gradual cooling that comes with evening, but a sudden chill that seemed to rise from the ground itself. At exactly 9:17 p.m., it started. First, the ground around Blackwood's grave began to darken, as if something were seeping up from below. Then the smell hit me, that metallic, warm scent that made my stomach turn. But this time, there was something else mixed in. Something rotten and sweet, like flowers left too long in stagnant water. The blood came next, seeping through the earth in slow, steady pulses. As I watched, the stains spread outward in a perfect circle, stopping just short of the neighboring graves as if it knew exactly where its boundaries lay. And then came the sound. Not breathing this time, but something worse. A wet, sliding noise like something large moving through mud. It was coming from underground, from the direction of Blackwood's grave, and it was getting closer to the surface. I stood up, hand instinctively moving to my weapon, though I knew it would be useless. The sliding sound grew louder, accompanied now by a rhythmic thumping, like something striking the underside of a coffin lid. The headstone began to lean. Slowly at first, then faster, as if the ground beneath it was shifting, making room for something to emerge. Clods of earth began to push upward, forming small mounds that pulsed like a heartbeat. That's when I heard the voice. It was muffled, distorted by 6 feet of packed earth, but unmistakably human. A man's voice, pleading, desperate. "Please," it said. "Please let me out. I can't breathe down here." Every instinct I had screamed at me to run, but I stayed frozen, watching as the ground continued to bulge and shift. The voice grew clearer, more desperate. "So cold down here. So dark. Please, someone help me. I've been trying to get out for so long." The thumping grew more frantic, and I realized what I was hearing. The sound of fists pounding against wood, fingernails scraping against the coffin lid. Something was trying to claw its way out of Ezra Blackwood's grave. But Ezra Blackwood had been dead for over a century. The pleading continued, mixed now with sobs of frustration and terror. "I didn't mean to do it," the voice cried. "I didn't know what would happen. Please, God, just let me die properly." Part of me, the part that had spent 40 years helping people in trouble, wanted to grab a shovel and start digging. But a deeper part, the part that remembered old Martha's warning about leaving some things alone, kept me rooted in place. The bleeding reached its peak, the circle of dark earth now nearly 10 feet across. The smell was overwhelming, and I had to cover my nose with my sleeve to keep from gagging. And through it all, the voice kept pleading, kept begging for release. Then, at exactly 10:17 p.m., 1 hour after it had started, everything stopped. The thumping ceased. The voice cut off mid-plea. The bleeding stopped, leaving behind that familiar dark stain in the earth. Even the smell faded, replaced by the normal cemetery sense of old flowers and damp earth. I sat back down in my chair, hands shaking as I poured coffee from my thermos. The normal sounds of night returned, wind through the trees, distant traffic from the highway, an owl calling from somewhere in the darkness. But something had changed. The air felt different, charged with a tension that hadn't been there before. And as I sat there, trying to process what I'd witnessed, I began to understand the true horror of Ezra Blackwood's situation. He wasn't dead. Not really. Whatever deal he'd made, whatever dark knowledge he'd pursued, it had trapped him in a state between life and death. Every year, on the anniversary of his burial, he tried to claw his way back to the surface, tried to escape the suffocating darkness of his grave. But something, the salt, the iron nails, the weight of his sins, kept pulling him back down. He was drowning in earth, over and over again, for eternity. I packed up my chair and left the cemetery, but I couldn't leave the memory behind. For weeks afterward, I'd wake up in the middle of the night, thinking I could hear that desperate voice calling out from somewhere deep underground, pleading for help that would never come. I tried to research ways to put him to rest properly, but every book I consulted, every expert I contacted, gave me the same advice: some doors, once opened, should never be closed. Some bargains, once made, can't be unmade. Ezra Blackwood had chosen his path, and now he had to walk it forever. The next October, I didn't go back to the cemetery. Told myself I had more important things to do, cases that needed solving, people who needed help. But the truth was, I couldn't bear to hear that voice again, couldn't stand to witness that desperate, futile struggle for freedom. Young Tommy Brennan quit his job at the cemetery not long after our first encounter with the bleeding ground. Moved away from Millbrook, found work in the city. Can't say I blamed him. Some sights burrow into your mind and make a nest there, and the only way to live with them is to change your scenery. But I stayed. Stayed and watched over a town that harbored secrets older than memory, darker than sin. Every October 13th, I'd find an excuse to be somewhere else, anywhere else, when the bleeding started. But I'd always know it was happening. Could feel it in my bones, like the ache that comes before a storm. Years passed. I got older, grayer, more bent by the weight of things I'd seen and couldn't unsee. New families moved to Millbrook, fresh faces who didn't know the stories, didn't understand why certain places were best avoided after dark. And maybe that was for the best. Maybe every generation needs its innocence, at least for a while. But the bleeding never stopped. Every year, same date, same time, the ground around Ezra Blackwood's grave would seep dark liquid, and somewhere underneath, something would claw desperately at the lid of its prison, begging for a release that would never come. I retired 5 years ago, passed the badge to a younger man who doesn't ask too many questions about the old cases, doesn't probe too deep into Millbrook's hidden corners. He's a good sheriff, but he hasn't learned yet that some knowledge comes with a price, and some responsibilities are too heavy for one person to carry. Sometimes, late at night when the wind is blowing through the trees up on Cemetery Hill, I think I can still hear it, that desperate voice calling out from the dark. And I wonder if Ezra Blackwood knows that anyone heard him, if he takes comfort in the knowledge that his suffering has been witnessed. Or if that just makes it worse. There's a lesson in this, I suppose. About the danger of wanting too much, of reaching for knowledge that was never meant for human hands. Ezra Blackwood thought he could cheat death, bend the natural order to his will. Instead, he found something worse than dying, the inability to die cleanly, completely, finally. He's still down there, in that hole in the ground, trapped between one breath and the next, one heartbeat and the last. Still clawing at his coffin lid with fingernails worn down to bone, still pleading with God or the devil or anyone who might listen. And every October 13th, the ground bleeds like a wound that won't heal, marking the spot where a man learned too late that some prices are too high to pay, and some bargains last forever. I've told this story to exactly 3 people in 37 years. My wife, God rest her soul, my son, who lives in California now and pretends he doesn't believe in such things, and you. It's not the kind of tale you share lightly, not something you bring up over coffee and small talk. But I'm 81 years old now, and the weight of keeping secrets has grown heavier than I can bear alone. Maybe it's time for someone else to know, to understand why certain places in Millbrook should be avoided when the leaves turn red and the air grows cold. Maybe it's time for someone else to listen for that voice in the dark, to bear witness to a suffering that has no end. Because Ezra Blackwood is still down there, still trying to claw his way back to the light. And as long as he's trapped in that hole in the ground, bleeding into the earth that holds him prisoner, someone needs to remember. Someone needs to know that he's still screaming. The ground bleeds every year, same as always. And somewhere underneath, in a place darker than midnight and colder than winter, something that was once a man continues its eternal struggle against the walls of its tomb. I won't be going back to the cemetery this October. My legs aren't what they used to be, and my heart's not strong enough for that kind of fear anymore. But the new sheriff, he's young, curious, the type who might want to investigate reports of strange happenings up on Cemetery Hill. If he asks, I'll tell him what I've told you. About the bleeding ground and the voice in the dark. About bargains that can't be broken and prices that never stop being paid. Whether he believes me or not, well, that's between him and his conscience. But come October 13th, when the maples are red as blood and the air smells of sweet decay, he'll know. He'll stand in that cemetery and watch the earth weep tears of crimson, and he'll hear that desperate voice calling out from 6 feet under. And maybe, just maybe, he'll understand why some secrets are meant to stay buried, why some doors should never be opened, and why the dead don't always rest easy in their graves. The ground remembers everything. And Ezra Blackwood is still down there, still bleeding into the earth, still screaming for a mercy that will never come. That's the truth of it. That's the whole story, as best as I can tell it. The ground bleeds like a wound, and the screaming never stops. The ones who come back, they're wrong. Empty-eyed, cold. Like something else came back wearing their face. I've been sheriff of Millbrook County for 37 years now, and I've seen enough to know that some things don't make sense in the way folks expect them to. But this case, this one still keeps me awake some nights, staring at the ceiling, wondering if I should have done more. Or maybe wondering if I should have done less. It started with Sarah Chin, though I didn't know it at the time. She worked the night shift at the diner out on Route 47, the one that stays open 24 hours for the truckers passing through. Good girl, reliable. Never caused trouble, never missed a shift in 3 years. Vietnamese family, came to town when she was 12. Quiet people, kept to themselves mostly, but they were good neighbors. Sarah's father came to see me on a Tuesday morning in late October. The maples were turning, throwing long shadows across Main Street that looked like reaching fingers. He sat in the chair across from my desk, hat in his hands, worry lines deep around his eyes. "She didn't come home," he said. His English was careful, precise. Sarah. She finished work at 6 this morning, but she didn't come home. I took down the details, same as I always did. 23 years old, reliable, no boyfriend troubles, no money problems. Her car was still in the diner parking lot when he went looking for her. Keys gone, purse gone, but the car remained. Maybe she went for a walk, I suggested, though it sounded hollow even to me. Clear her head after a long shift. Mr. Chen shook his head slowly. Sarah doesn't walk. She drives everywhere. Even to check the mailbox. I promised to look into it, and I did. Talked to the other night shift workers, called the hospitals in the county, checked with the state police. Nothing. It was like Sarah Chin had simply stepped out of existence somewhere between the diner and her car. 3 days later she came back. I was having coffee at Murphy's when I saw her walking down Main Street. Same clothes she'd been wearing when she disappeared, same slow, measured pace she'd always had. But something was off. The way she moved, maybe? Too deliberate. Like she was concentrating on each step, remembering how to walk. I followed her at a distance, watched her turn onto Elm Street toward her family's house. She moved like she was walking underwater, each movement careful and strange. When she reached the front porch, she stood there for a long moment, staring at the door like she'd never seen it before. Her mother opened the door before Sarah could knock. I heard the cry of relief even from across the street, saw the woman pull her daughter into her arms. But Sarah stood there, arms at her sides, letting herself be hugged without hugging back. That should have been the end of it. Missing person found, case closed. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. So I kept watching. Sarah went back to work the next night like nothing had happened. When I asked her where she'd been, she looked at me with those empty eyes and said she couldn't remember. Said she'd been walking and lost track of time. 3 days, lost track of time. Her coworkers said she was different now. Quieter, if that was possible. She'd stare out the window for long stretches, watching the road like she was waiting for something. And sometimes, late at night when the diner was empty except for her and maybe one trucker, she'd ask strange questions. "Do you ever drive roads that aren't there during the day?" she asked Tommy Martinez one night. Tommy told me about it later, said it gave him the creeps. "What kind of roads?" he'd asked her. "The ones that only show up at midnight. The ones that take you places you can't get back from." Tommy laughed it off, but he said Sarah didn't laugh with him. Just kept staring out that window, watching the dark road stretch away into nothing. 2 weeks later, it was Billy Hawthorne. Billy was different from Sarah. Loud, brash, always getting into scrapes with his motorcycle and his attitude. But he was basically harmless, just a kid trying to figure out what to do with himself after high school. He worked part-time at the gas station, spent most of his free time riding that bike on the back roads around town. His mother called me on a Thursday evening, voice tight with worry. Billy had left that morning to ride up to the state park, said he'd be back by dinner. That was 12 hours ago. We found his motorcycle the next morning, parked neat as you please beside the old covered bridge on Sycamore Road. No skid marks, no signs of an accident. Just the bike, sitting there like Billy had decided to take a walk and never came back. This time I organized a proper search. Called in volunteers from town, had the state police send a helicopter. We combed every inch of woods within a 5-mile radius of that bridge. Nothing. Billy came back 4 days later. I was in the office when I got the call from his mother. She was crying, laughing, barely coherent. "He's back, Sheriff. He's back. He's sitting in my kitchen. He's back." I drove over there fast as I could, expecting to find Billy banged up, maybe suffering from exposure or a head injury. Instead, I found him sitting at the kitchen table, perfectly clean, perfectly calm. Same clothes he'd been wearing when he disappeared, not a wrinkle or a stain on them. "Where were you, son?" I asked him. Billy looked at me with those same empty eyes I'd seen in Narration. "I don't remember," he said. "I was riding, and then I was here." 4 days. 4 days missing, and he didn't remember. But Billy's mother was so relieved to have him back that she didn't ask too many questions. And Billy seemed fine physically. Ate his dinner, watched TV, went to bed like nothing had happened. It was the next day that the strangeness started showing. Mrs. Patterson from the grocery store called me, said Billy had come in asking for road salt for the midnight paths. When she asked what he meant, he just stared at her and walked out without buying anything. Then there was the incident at the gas station. Billy's boss, Frank Crenshaw, said Billy had been acting odd since he came back. Quieter, more focused, but focused on the wrong things. He'd spend his break standing outside, looking down the road toward the old covered bridge where we found his bike. "It's like he's waiting for something," Frank told me. "And the way he talks about the roads now, it's not right, Sheriff. It's not right at all." I decided to have a proper talk with Billy. Found him after his shift, sitting on the curb outside the gas station, staring down Sycamore Road as the sun set behind the trees. "Billy," I said, settling down beside him with a grunt, "you sure you don't remember anything about where you were?" He was quiet for a long time. Then, without looking at me, he said, "There's a road that shows up at midnight. It's not there during the day, but at midnight it's there." "What kind of road?" "The kind that takes you places." His voice was flat, matter-of-fact. "Places that aren't on any map. Places where time moves different." I felt a chill run down my spine, but I kept my voice steady. "And you think that's where you were?" Billy finally looked at me, and for just a moment, I saw something flicker behind those empty eyes. Fear, maybe? Or recognition. "I think that's where I went," he said. "But I don't think that's where I came back from." Before I could ask what he meant, he stood up and walked away, leaving me sitting there on the curb as the darkness settled over town like a blanket. That night I couldn't sleep. Kept thinking about what Billy had said, about roads that only appeared at midnight. It sounded like the kind of local legend every town has, the kind of story kids tell each other to scare themselves. But Sarah and Billy weren't kids, and they weren't telling stories. They were talking about something real, something that had happened to them. Around 11:30, I got dressed and drove out to Sycamore Road. Parked my cruiser near the covered bridge and waited. The night was clear, stars bright overhead, no wind to speak of. Just the sound of water running under the bridge and the distant hum of traffic on Route 47. At 11:55, I got out of the car and walked to the middle of the bridge. Stood there, looking down the road in both directions. Nothing unusual. Just the same old Sycamore Road I'd known for 37 years. Then the clock on my dashboard hit midnight. The road changed. Not all at once, not dramatically. It was subtle, like watching a photograph develop in a darkroom. The pavement seemed to shift slightly, the trees leaning in closer, the shadows falling at different angles. And there, about 100 yards past the bridge, where I knew the road curved left toward the Miller farm, I saw something that shouldn't have been there. Another road. A dirt path, barely visible in the starlight, branching off from the main road and disappearing into the woods. I'd driven this route 1,000 times, walked it during the search for Billy. There was no dirt road there. The Miller farm sat right up against the pavement, no room for anything else. But there it was. I walked toward it slowly, my hand resting on the butt of my service revolver. As I got closer, I could see tire tracks in the dirt. Fresh tracks, multiple vehicles. And something else, footprints. Bare footprints, going in both directions. At the mouth of the dirt road I stopped. There was a smell in the air, faint but unmistakable. Ozone, like before a thunderstorm. And underneath that, something else. Something organic and wrong. I took one step onto the dirt road. The world tilted. It was like stepping into a different season, a different time of day. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in an instant, and the stars overhead seemed to dim and shift. The smell of ozone got stronger, mixed now with the scent of old leaves and something that might have been copper. I took another step. The trees on either side of the path were wrong. They looked like the same oaks and maples that grew all around Millbrook County, but their branches moved without wind, and their leaves rustled with sounds like whispers. The path stretched ahead of me, curving away into darkness that seemed thicker than any darkness I had ever seen. I wanted to follow it. God help me, I wanted to walk down that path and see where it led. There was a pull to it, a compulsion that made my legs want to carry me forward into that whispering darkness. Instead, I stepped back onto the pavement. The world righted itself. The temperature returned to normal, the stars brightened, and when I looked back at where the dirt road had been, there was nothing but the familiar curve toward the Miller farm. I stood there for a long time, breathing hard, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Then I got back in my cruiser and drove home, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. The next morning, I went to see old Pete Carver. Pete was 93 years old and had lived in Millbrook County his entire life. His grandfather had been one of the original settlers, and Pete knew every story, every legend, every piece of local history that most folks had forgotten. I found him on his front porch, whittling and watching the world go by. When I told him what I'd seen, he stopped whittling and looked at me with sharp, knowing eyes. "The Midnight Road," he said. "Haven't heard anyone talk about that in 40 years. You know about it?" Pete set down his knife and piece of wood. "My grandfather told me about it. Said it showed up during the Civil War, when the town was just a crossroads and a general store. Folks would disappear, then come back changed. Empty. Like someone had scooped out everything that made them who they were. What happened to them? The ones who came back? They'd stay for a while, acting like they were trying to remember how to be human. Then, one night, they'd walk out of their houses and never come back. Always toward midnight, always heading for that bridge." I felt that chill again, the same one I'd felt talking to Billy. "How long would they stay?" "A month, maybe 2. Long enough for their families to hope they were getting better. Then they'd be gone." That afternoon, I drove by Sarah Chen's house. She was in the front yard, pulling weeds from her mother's flower garden. But she was pulling the flowers too, couldn't seem to tell the difference. When I called her name, she looked up at me with those empty eyes and smiled a smile that didn't reach anywhere else on her face. "Hello, Sheriff," she said. "Nice day, isn't it?" It was overcast and cold, the kind of day that made you want to stay inside. But Sarah stood there in the dying garden, dirt under her fingernails, smiling that empty smile. "How are you feeling, Sarah?" "Fine," she said, then went back to pulling flowers. 2 nights later, Jenny Morrison disappeared. Jenny was a nurse at the county hospital, 45 years old, married, 2 kids. Solid, responsible, not the type to just wander off. Her husband called me at dawn, said she'd gotten up during the night to check on their youngest, who had a fever. That was the last he saw of her. We found her car parked at the covered bridge on Sycamore Road. This time, I knew what to expect. Jenny would be gone for 3 or 4 days. Then she'd come back changed, empty, wrong. I put together a watch schedule, had deputies patrol the bridge area around the clock. If the Midnight Road was taking our people, I was going to be ready for it. But on the 3rd night, something different happened. Deputy Clark was parked at the bridge when he radioed in just after midnight. His voice was tight, scared. "Sheriff, you need to get out here. Now." I made it to the bridge in 10 minutes. Found Clark standing beside his cruiser, staring down the road toward where I knew the dirt path would appear. "What is it?" I asked. "Look," he said, pointing. The midnight road was there, just as I'd seen it before. But this time, we weren't alone. There were figures walking on it, moving slowly toward the main road. In the dim starlight, I could make out at least a dozen shapes, maybe more. "Jenny?" I called out. One of the figures stopped, turned toward us. Even in the darkness, I could see it was her. Jenny Morrison, wearing the same pajamas she disappeared in, walking barefoot on the dirt path like it was the most natural thing in the world. "Jenny, come back," I called. "Your family's worried about you." She stared at us for a long moment, then turned and continued walking away from us, deeper into the darkness. The other figures followed, disappearing into the trees like they'd never been there at all. "Jesus," Clark whispered. "What the hell was that?" I didn't have an answer for him. All I knew was that something was very wrong in Millbrook County, and it was getting worse. Jenny came back 2 days later, just like the others. Empty-eyed, changed, wrong. But this time, I was watching. I had deputies keep an eye on her, on Sarah, on Billy. If old Pete was right, they wouldn't stay much longer. He was right. It started with Sarah. 3 weeks after she'd first disappeared, I got a call from her father. Sarah had walked out of the house around 11:30, still in her pajamas, heading toward town. Her parents tried to stop her, but she looked at them like she didn't recognize them and kept walking. I found her at the covered bridge, standing at the edge of the pavement, staring at the place where the dirt road would appear. Billy was there too, and Jenny Morrison, all 3 of them standing perfectly still, waiting. "Sarah," I said, approaching slowly, "why don't you come with me? I'll drive you home." She turned to look at me, and for a moment, her eyes weren't empty anymore. There was something in them, something desperate and terrified. "I can't," she whispered. "It's calling me back. I have to go back." "Back where?" "To where I belong now. To where we all belong." The clock on my dashboard read 11:58. "Sarah, listen to me. You don't have to go anywhere. You can stay here, with your family, where you belong." She shook her head slowly. "I don't belong here anymore. None of us do. We're not really back. We're just echoes, trying to remember what it was like to be human." 11:59. "What took you? What's out there on that road?" Sarah's empty eyes filled with tears. "I don't know. I don't remember. But it's waiting for us, and we have to go to it." Midnight. The road appeared, just as it had before. But this time, there were more figures on it. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all walking slowly toward the main road. All coming back for Sarah, Billy, and Jenny. The 3 of them stepped onto the dirt path without hesitation, joining the silent parade of figures moving into the darkness. I started to follow, but something stopped me. A voice in my head, or maybe just instinct, telling me that if I stepped onto that road again, I might not come back as myself. I watched them disappear into the whispering darkness, and then the road was gone, leaving only the familiar curve toward the Miller farm. That was 15 years ago. Since then, 3 more people have disappeared from Millbrook County. They always turn up at the covered bridge, their cars parked neat and clean like they just decided to take a walk. And they always come back, 3 or 4 days later, empty-eyed and wrong. I've learned to recognize the signs. The way they move, too careful and deliberate. The way they ask strange questions about roads that don't exist. The way they stand at their windows at night, looking toward the bridge, waiting for something to call them home. They stay for a month, maybe 2. Long enough for their families to hope they're getting better. Then, one night around midnight, they walk out of their houses and never come back. I've tried everything I can think of. Roadblocks, surveillance, even had the state police send in specialists. Nothing works. The road appears when it wants to, takes who it wants, and brings back whatever it wants to bring back. Old Pete died 2 years ago, took his stories with him. But before he went, he told me one more thing about the midnight road. It's not taking them somewhere, he said. It's bringing something back. Using their faces, their bodies, their memories. Learning how to be human. Learning for what? Pete looked at me with those sharp old eyes. For when it doesn't need the road anymore. For when it can just walk among us, looking like everyone else. I think about that sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep. I think about Sarah Chin, asking about roads that only show up at midnight. About Billy Hawthorne, saying he didn't think he came back from the same place he went to. About Jenny Morrison, calling herself an echo. And I think about the others, the ones who came back before I was sheriff, before Pete's grandfather was even born. How many echoes are walking around out there, wearing human faces, waiting for the call to come home? Sometimes I wonder if I'll know when it happens. When the thing that's been learning to be human finally decides it's learned enough. When the road doesn't need to hide anymore. When it can just open up in the middle of Main Street at high noon and take whoever it wants. Or maybe it's already happened. Maybe the thing that's been studying us, learning from us, has finally figured out how to pass for human. Maybe it's walking among us right now, and we can't tell the difference anymore. The thought keeps me awake at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering if the person sleeping next to me is really my wife, or just something wearing her face. Wondering if the deputies who work under me are really the men I hired, or if they're echoes, playing at being human while they wait for instructions from whatever lives at the end of that midnight road. I've been sheriff of Millbrook County for 37 years, and I've learned that some things don't make sense in the way folks expect them to. But this case, this one still keeps me awake some nights, wondering if I should have done more. Or wondering if I should have done less. Because sometimes, in the small hours of the morning when the world is quiet and still, I can hear them calling. The ones who came back wrong, the echoes, the things that learned to wear human faces. They're calling from somewhere down a dark road that only appears at midnight, and they're calling my name. And God help me, sometimes I want to answer. The covered bridge on Sycamore Road is still there, same as it's always been. The road curves left toward the Miller farm, just like it has for 100 years. Nothing unusual about it, nothing to make you look twice. But if you're ever driving through Millbrook County late at night, and you find yourself approaching that bridge around midnight, do yourself a favor. Don't stop. Don't look too closely at the tree line. And whatever you do, don't get out of your car. Because the ones who come back from the midnight road, they're wrong. Empty-eyed, cold. Like something else came back wearing their face. And once you've seen that road, once you've felt that pull, that compulsion to walk down into the whispering darkness, you'll never be quite the same again. Trust me on that one. I should know. The well's been dry for decades. But last night, something down there called my name. I've been sheriff of Millhaven for 37 years, and in all that time, I've learned to trust my instincts about things that don't sit right. Started as a gut feeling, back when I was young and eager. Now it's something deeper, a bone-deep certainty that some places hold on to their secrets the way a drowning man holds on to driftwood. That well behind the old Garrett place has always been one of those places. The Garrett homestead sits about 2 miles east of town, where the county road peters out into nothing more than tire ruts and wishful thinking. House burned down in '89, left nothing but a foundation full of weeds and a stone chimney pointing at the sky like an accusing finger. Insurance said it was electrical, but electrical fires don't usually leave scorch marks that spell out words nobody wants to read twice. The well's about 50 yards behind where the kitchen used to be. Hand-dug fieldstone, maybe 8 feet across, with a wooden cover that's been warped and weathered gray as old bones. Town records say it was dug in 1847, same year the first Garrett came west with his wife and 3 children. By 1851, the wife and children were buried in what's now the old section of Millhaven Cemetery. And old Ephraim Garrett was talking to voices that nobody else could hear. That well fed 4 generations of Garretts, right up until the summer of 1962, when it went dry during the worst drought anyone could remember. That's when things started getting peculiar around the place. Not dangerous peculiar, not at first. Just off. Like a photograph that's been developed wrong, where all the shadows fall in directions that don't make sense. Children stopped playing in those woods. Dogs wouldn't walk past the property line. Even the mail carrier started leaving packages at the road rather than approach the house. The Garretts themselves began to change. They'd always been quiet folk, kept to themselves, but now they barely spoke to anyone in town. When they did venture into Millhaven, they moved like people who'd forgotten how to be comfortable in their own skin. The last Garrett, old Henry, passed in his sleep 3 winters ago. Natural causes, the coroner said, though I've always wondered what makes a 70-year-old man's hair turn white overnight. He'd been gray as ash for decades, but when we found him, every strand on his head was white as fresh snow, and his eyes were open wide, staring at something on the ceiling that wasn't there. Property's been empty since then. Town tried to auction it off twice, but there were never any serious bidders. Something about the place makes folks uncomfortable, though they can't quite put their finger on what. I could have told them, but there are some truths that people aren't ready to hear. The scratching started 3 weeks ago. First person to mention it was Martha Helsing, who lives about a quarter mile down the road. She called the station on a Tuesday morning, voice tight with the kind of worry that comes from nights spent not sleeping. "Sheriff, you need to get someone out to check on the old Garrett place." I'd known Martha since we were children. She wasn't the type to call about every little thing. "What's the trouble, Martha?" "There's sounds coming from out there. At night. Scratching sounds, like something trying to claw its way out of something." I drove out that afternoon, more to put Martha's mind at ease than because I expected to find anything. The property looked the same as always, overgrown and forgotten, with that peculiar quality of emptiness that goes deeper than just nobody being home. I walked the perimeter, checked the foundation, even poked around in the weeds where the old garden used to be. The well cover was still in place, held down by the same rusty chain and padlock that had been there since Henry died. I rattled it, heard the expected hollow echo from below. Nothing unusual. Nothing to explain Martha's concern. But as I was walking back to the patrol car, I heard it. Scratching. Faint, rhythmic, like fingernails drawn across rough stone. It lasted maybe 10 seconds, then stopped so abruptly that I wondered if I'd imagined it. I stood there for a full 5 minutes, listening, but the sound didn't come again. Only the wind through the trees and the distant hum of traffic on the highway. I drove back to town and filed a report that said all the right things about property security and routine patrol. Didn't mention the scratching. Some things sound crazy when you write them down, even when you know they're true. The calls started coming in more frequently after that. Martha again, then the Kowalskis who lived on the far side of the woods, then old Pete Morrison who swore he could hear it clear across the creek on still nights. Always the same description, scratching, like something trapped and desperate to get out. I started driving by the property every evening, just as the sun was setting. Not official business, just keeping an eye on things. The way you might watch a pot of water, waiting for it to boil. Never heard the scratching during those visits, but I began to notice other things. The trees around the well were dying. Not the slow death of drought or disease, but something quicker and more deliberate. Leaves turning brown and falling in perfect circles around the wellhead, as if something below was drawing the life right out of them. The grass, too, began to yellow and thin, creating a dead zone that spread a little farther each day. Animals avoided the area completely now. Used to be deer trails crisscrossing through those woods, rabbit warrens in the underbrush, bird nests in the lower branches. All gone. Even the insects seemed to give the place a wide berth, though insects don't usually show that kind of sense. I started having dreams about the well. In the dreams, I'd be standing at the edge, looking down into darkness so complete it seemed solid. And from somewhere far below, I'd hear my name being called. Not shouted or whispered, just spoken, in a voice that sounded almost familiar. Almost like someone I should remember. The dreams got more vivid as the weeks went by. I'd find myself walking toward the well without deciding to, my feet moving of their own accord across the dead grass. In the dreams, the wooden cover was always gone, and when I reached the stone rim and looked down, I could see stars reflected in water that shouldn't have been there. But they weren't stars. They were eyes. I started waking up with dirt under my fingernails, though I couldn't remember being anywhere that would explain it. My deputy, Susan Chin, mentioned that I looked tired. My wife started asking if I was feeling all right. I told them both that I was fine, because admitting otherwise would have meant admitting that a dry well had gotten inside my head and was doing things to my sleep that I didn't understand. The breaking point came on a Thursday night in late October. I was working late at the station, catching up on paperwork that had been piling up while I spent my evenings driving past the Garrett place. The building was empty except for me, Susan having gone home hours earlier. Outside, the first real cold snap of the season had settled over Millhaven like a heavy blanket, and the old radiators in the station were ticking and groaning as they tried to keep up. That's when I heard it through the walls and windows and the steady hum of fluorescent lights. My name, carried on the wind from 2 miles away. Not loud. Barely audible, really. But clear as if someone had spoken directly into my ear. My name, in a voice that was almost familiar, calling from the direction of the old Garrett place. I sat there for maybe 10 minutes, telling myself it was just the wind, just the radiators, just my imagination playing tricks after too many sleepless nights. But I knew better. Some part of me had been waiting for this call, had been expecting it. I grabbed my flashlight and service weapon, though I wasn't sure what good either would do, and drove out to the property. The moon was nearly full that night, bright enough to cast shadows through the bare branches. I could see the well from the road, a dark circle in the dead grass, and as I got closer, I could see that the wooden cover had been moved aside. That stopped me cold. The cover was heavy, waterlogged oak held in place by a chain and padlock that I'd checked myself just days before. It would have taken considerable effort to move it, and there was no earthly reason why anyone would want to. I approached slowly, flashlight beam dancing ahead of me across the brittle grass. The scratching was louder now, echoing up from the depths with a hollow, desperate quality that raised the hair on my arms. Not random scratching either. There was a pattern to it, a rhythm that suggested purpose. When I reached the well's edge and looked down, my flashlight beam revealed something that shouldn't have been possible. Water. Dark, still water, maybe 20 feet down. The well had been dry for decades. I'd seen the cracked bottom myself, covered in leaves and debris, and the small bones of animals that had fallen in over the years. There was no groundwater in this area, No source that could have filled it. But there it was, reflecting my flashlight beam like a black mirror. And floating in that impossible water was a face. Human, pale, staring up at me with eyes that seemed to hold their own light. The features were indistinct, blurred by the water and distance, but familiar in a way that made my chest tight with recognition I couldn't quite place. The scratching stopped. In the sudden silence, I heard my name again, rising from the water like bubbles breaking the surface. Not spoken, exactly, but formed somehow in the space between sound and thought, in that place where dreams and waking meet. The face in the water moved its mouth, and words formed in my mind without passing through my ears. "Help me!" I stumbled backward, nearly dropping the flashlight. The voice was clearer now, desperate and pleading, and I knew with absolute certainty that I'd heard it before. In dreams, in moments between sleep and waking, in the quiet spaces of my memory where forgotten things sometimes surface. "Help me get out!" The water began to churn. Not waves, exactly, but movement from below, as if something large was rising from the depths. The face grew clearer, features resolving into something I almost recognized. A young man, maybe 25, with dark hair and eyes that held a terrible sadness. I knew that face. I'd seen it in old photographs, in the historical section of the town library, in the yellowed newspaper clippings that documented Millhaven's past. It was the face of Thomas Garrett, Ephraim's youngest son, who disappeared in the winter of 1851. The others, the voice continued, and now I could see more faces in the water, pale and indistinct but unmistakably human. "They're all here. All of us who went down. Help us get out." The scratching resumed, but now I understood what it was. Not clawing to get out, but clawing to get deeper. To reach something that was calling them down, something that had been feeding on the Garrett family for generations. I ran. Not proud of it, but there it is. I dropped the flashlight and ran back to the patrol car like a man half my age, fumbling with the keys and nearly driving into a tree in my haste to get away from that place. Didn't stop until I was back in town, parked in front of the station with the engine still running and my hands shaking on the steering wheel. I sat there until dawn, trying to make sense of what I'd seen, trying to convince myself it had been a hallucination brought on by stress and too little sleep. But I couldn't explain away the water, couldn't dismiss the faces, couldn't forget the desperate pleading in that familiar voice. When Susan arrived for her shift, she found me still sitting in the patrol car, staring at nothing. "Sheriff? You look like hell. Everything all right?" I wanted to tell her. Wanted to explain about the well and the water and the faces that shouldn't have been there. But how do you explain something like that without sounding like you've lost your mind? "Just tired," I said. "Long night." I went home and tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes I saw those faces in the water, heard that pleading voice calling my name. My wife made concerned noises about seeing a doctor, about taking some time off, about the way I'd been acting lately. I nodded and agreed and said all the right things, but my mind was back at that well, trying to understand what I'd witnessed. The calls from neighbors stopped after that night. The scratching was gone, replaced by something worse, silence. The kind of complete, unnatural quiet that comes when even the wind is afraid to make noise. I drove by the property the next evening, expecting to find the well covered again, the water gone, some rational explanation for what I'd seen. But the cover was still pushed aside, and when I shined my flashlight down into the depths, there was nothing but darkness. No water, no faces, just empty space that seemed to swallow light. But I could smell something now, a sweetness like flowers left too long in water, like fruit beginning to turn. It drifted up from the well in waves, cloying and thick, the smell of things that should have been buried long ago. I replaced the cover myself that night, using a tire iron from the patrol car to pry the old padlock off and secure it again with a new chain I bought at the hardware store. Told myself it was just a precaution, just good police work. But I knew I was really trying to keep something in, not keep people out. The dreams continued, but they were different now. Instead of standing at the well's edge, I found myself climbing down into it, descending stone walls slick with moisture that hadn't been there for decades. At the bottom, there was a door, old wood bound with iron, with symbols carved into its surface that hurt to look at. In the dreams, I always reached for the handle. And I always woke up just before my fingers made contact, my heart pounding and the taste of stagnant water in my mouth. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, things in Millhaven have been quiet. Too quiet. People don't drive past the old Garrett place anymore, not even during the day. The county road that used to see regular traffic has become overgrown with weeds, as if the town itself is trying to forget that path exists. But I haven't forgotten. Can't forget. Because sometimes, late at night when the wind is still and the moon is dark, I can hear my name being called from the direction of that well. Not desperate anymore, not pleading. Patient. Like something that has learned to wait. I've been sheriff of this town for 37 years, and I've seen things that would make most people question their sanity. But this is different. This is bigger than just one haunted place or one family's curse. This is something that's been growing in the dark spaces under Millhaven, something that's been fed by generations of silence and willful ignorance. The well's been dry for decades. But I think it was never really empty. I think it was always full of something else, something that's been patient and hungry and very, very old. Something that knows my name and knows where I live and knows that eventually I'll have to come back. Because that's the thing about wells. They're not just holes in the ground. They're connections between the surface and whatever lies beneath, between the living world and the spaces where the dead refuse to rest. And once you've looked down into one of those connections, once you've seen what's looking back, you become part of the circuit, part of the system. I've started having different dreams now. Dreams where I'm not climbing down into the well, but up from it. Climbing toward a circle of stars that turn out to be flashlight beams, toward voices that sound familiar and concerned. In these dreams, I'm the one floating in impossible water, the one calling for help, the one pleading to be let out. And sometimes, when I wake from these dreams, I find dirt under my fingernails again. Fresh dirt, the kind you'd get from clawing at stone walls. The kind you'd get from trying to dig your way up from somewhere deep and dark and wet. The well's been dry for decades. But last night, something down there called my name. And tonight, I think I'm going to answer. Because that's what sheriffs do. We respond to calls for help, even when they come from places that shouldn't exist, from people who shouldn't be able to speak. Especially then. The others are waiting. Thomas Garrett and his family, and all the ones who came after. All the ones who heard their names called from the dark water and couldn't resist the pull of something larger and older and hungrier than they understood. They're all down there, in the space between sleeping and waking, between memory and forgetting. And they're calling my name because they know something I'm only beginning to understand, that some wells never really go dry. They just wait, and they fill with something else, something that looks like water but tastes like dreams, something that reflects not light but souls. I've been sheriff of Millhaven for 37 years. Tomorrow, I think someone else is going to have to take over the job. The well's been dry for decades. But it's not dry anymore. And it knows my name. The language of leaves. It spoke through the leaves. And poor Rick followed the sound straight into the dark. That was 43 years ago this October. And I still can't drive past the Millbrook woods without feeling that familiar twist in my gut. The kind that tells you you're standing too close to something that shouldn't be. I was 32 then, barely 3 years into wearing the badge in Millbrook Township, still fool enough to think I understood the rhythms of this old place. I know better now. See, every town's got its peculiarities. City folk drive through places like ours and see quaint. They see weathered barns and hand-painted signs advertising fresh eggs and honey, old-timers sitting on general store porches whittling away their afternoons. What they don't see is the way conversations stop when strangers pass. The way everyone knows which roads not to take after dark, which houses stand empty for reasons nobody talks about, which families carry burdens that go back generations. Millbrook's been here since 1847, founded by German settlers who came looking for good farmland and found something else entirely. The town records from those early years are incomplete. Lot of pages torn out, lot of entries that just stop mid-sentence. But what's there tells you enough. 3 families disappeared that first winter. Just gone. Cabins left with meals still on the tables, doors hanging open to the wind. The land has a memory, is what the old folks always said. And sometimes, if you listen close enough, it remembers out loud. Rick Brennan was the kind of man who listened too close to everything. Always had, even as a boy. While other kids played baseball in the summer twilight, Rick would sit on his grandmother's porch, head cocked like a hunting dog, following sounds nobody else could hear. His grandmother, Marta Brennan, tough as railroad spikes, used to say the boy had thin ears. That's what she called it when someone could hear things from the other side of the veil. Should have been a warning. Maybe it was. Rick was 26 that October, working maintenance for the township, cutting grass and trimming trees, keeping the old cemetery tidy. Good work for someone who preferred the company of headstones to the living. He rented a one-room apartment above Kowalski's Hardware, kept to himself mostly, except for Thursday nights when he'd nurse a beer at Murphy's Tavern and listen to whatever conversations drifted his way. The trouble started the 3rd week of October, when the leaves began changing early. Not the gradual shift you expect, this was overnight. Folks woke up one morning to find the maples and oaks blazing red and gold, as if someone had taken a paintbrush to the whole township, while everyone slept. Beautiful, but wrong. Like seeing roses bloom in January. That same morning, old Tom Kowalski found Rick standing in the alley behind the hardware store, staring up at the elm tree that grew against the building's brick wall. Tom said Rick was perfectly still, head tilted in that way of his, like he was straining to hear something just out of range. "Morning, Rick," Tom had called out, but Rick didn't answer. Didn't even blink. Tom walked closer and saw that Rick's eyes were wide, pupils dilated despite the bright morning sun. When Tom touched his shoulder, Rick startled so hard he nearly fell over. "You all right, son?" Rick looked around like he was seeing the alley for the first time. Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" Rick paused, working his jaw like he was trying to shape unfamiliar words. "The talking. In the leaves." Tom glanced up at the elm. The leaves rustled in the breeze, nothing more. "Just wind, Rick." But Rick shook his head, eyes still fixed on the branches above. "No. They were talking. In some other language. Something old." That was the first time anyone heard about the voices. Wouldn't be the last. Over the next few days, Rick started showing up to work later and later, if he showed up at all. When he did, he moved like a man walking through deep water, slow and deliberate, always pausing to listen. Other township employees started avoiding him. Said he made them nervous, the way he'd stop mid-sentence and cock his head toward the nearest trees. Mayor Hartwell called me on a Thursday. Rick hadn't shown up for work in 3 days, and nobody had seen him around town. His rent was paid through the month. His pickup truck still sat in the alley behind Kowalski's, but Rick himself had vanished like morning mist. I knew where to start looking. The Millbrook would spread across nearly 2,000 acres of township land, thick with oak and maple and birch, crisscrossed by old logging roads that hadn't seen regular use since the 50s. It was the kind of place that felt older than it had any right to be, where the trees grew so close together that even midday sun barely reached the forest floor. Hunters avoided it during deer season, claimed their compasses went haywire once they got too deep in. Local kids had their own stories about the woods. Said you could hear things in there that weren't quite animal, weren't quite human. Said if you went in alone after dark, you might come out speaking words nobody understood. Most folks dismissed it as children's nonsense, the kind of stories every small town accumulated like dust in corners. I'd grown up with those stories myself. Never paid them much mind until I started wearing the badge and had to venture into the woods on official business. Lost hunters, illegal dumping, the occasional vagrant camping where he shouldn't be. Each time, I'd come away with the distinct feeling that something had been watching me from just beyond the tree line. Something patient. I found Rick's trail on the old Schneider Road, a logging track that ran along the wood's eastern edge. His boot prints in the soft earth, heading straight into the trees. No hesitation in those prints, no wandering. He'd walked into those woods with purpose, following something only he could hear. The trail went on for maybe half a mile before the ground got too hard and rocky to hold prints. But by then, I'd noticed something else. The deeper we went, I'd brought Deputy Mills with me, good man, steady hands, the stranger the woods became. The trees seemed to lean inward, branches interlacing overhead like fingers clasped in prayer. The usual forest sounds, bird calls, rustling undergrowth, the distant tap of woodpeckers, had gone quiet. And there was a smell. Faint at first, growing stronger as we followed Rick's trail. Sweet and cloying, like flowers left too long in a vase. But underneath that sweetness was something else. Something that made you want to breathe through your mouth. "Sheriff," Mills said, voice barely above a whisper. "You hear that?" I stopped, listened. At first, nothing. Then, carried on a breeze that shouldn't have been there, the air was perfectly still, came a sound like whispering. Multiple voices, soft and rhythmic, speaking in what might have been words if you could just catch them right. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, rising and falling like a tide. Mills and I looked at each other, and I saw my own unease reflected in his face. "We keep looking," I said, though every instinct told me to turn around and walk away. We found Rick 2 hours later, in a clearing maybe 3 miles from where we'd started. He was sitting with his back against an enormous oak tree, legs crossed, hands resting on his knees. His eyes were closed, and for a moment I thought he might be sleeping. "Rick," I called out. "Rick, we've been looking for you." He opened his eyes, but didn't look at us. His gaze was fixed on something above our heads, in the canopy of leaves that formed a perfect circle around the clearing. "Can you hear them now?" he asked, voice dreamy and distant. "They've been teaching me." "Teaching you what, Rick?" "The old words. The first words." He smiled, and it was the most unsettling expression I'd ever seen on a human face. "From before we forgot how to listen." Mills stepped closer. "Rick, you need to come with us. People are worried about you." Rick finally looked at us then, and his eyes were different. Still his eyes, but there was something else behind them now, something that hadn't been there before. Something ancient and patient and utterly inhuman. "I can't leave," he said simply. "Not until I learn the whole language. Not until I can speak it properly." I dealt with mental health situations before. Drug-induced psychosis, severe depression, the occasional breakdown brought on by isolation and stress. This felt different. There was a coherence to Rick's madness, a terrible logic that made the hair on my neck stand up. "What language, Rick? What are they teaching you?" He tilted his head, listening to something we couldn't hear. Then he opened his mouth and spoke, or tried to speak, words that human vocal cords weren't designed to produce. Clicking, whistling sounds interspersed with deep, thrumming tones that seemed to come from somewhere in his chest. The sounds hurt to listen to, made your teeth ache and your vision blur around the edges. Mills took a step backward. "Jesus Christ, Sheriff!" The moment Rick started making those sounds, the woods around us came alive. Not with the usual forest noises, but with something else entirely. A rustling that was too coordinated to be wind, too purposeful to be random. And underneath it, growing stronger, that same whispering we'd heard on the trail. Dozens of voices, maybe hundreds, all speaking in that same impossible language. I grabbed Rick's arm. "We're leaving. Now." He looked at me with something like pity. "You can't hear them, can you? You're deaf to it. Most people are." He shook his head sadly. "But once you learn to listen, really listen, you understand that we've been alone for such a long time. And they've been waiting for us to remember." "Remember what?" "How to come home." The whispers grew louder, more insistent. The leaves above us rustled with increasing agitation, and I swear I could see shapes moving through the branches. Not quite human, not quite animal. Something in between. I tried to pull Rick to his feet, but he was stronger than he looked, and he didn't want to move. Mills helped me, and together we managed to get him upright, though he remained limp and unresisting. "They won't like this," Rick said as we half-carried, half-dragged him toward the tree line. "They've been very patient, but they won't like being interrupted." As if in response to his words, the whispers rose to an almost deafening volume. The trees around us swayed despite the lack of wind, and that sickly sweet smell grew so strong it made me gag. We made it maybe 50 yards before Rick started fighting us in earnest. Not violently, but with a desperate, manic strength that caught us both off guard. He broke free of our grip and stumbled back toward the clearing, calling out in that impossible language, his voice cracking as he tried to form sounds human throats weren't meant to make. Mills and I tackled him before he could get far, but the damage was done. The forest had heard him, and it was responding. The whispers were everywhere now, coming from every tree, every shadow, every rustling leaf. And they were angry. We dragged Rick out of those woods like our lives depended on it. Maybe they did. Behind us, the whispers followed, growing fainter with distance but never quite disappearing entirely. Even when we reached the patrol car, even when we were driving back toward town with Rick secured in the back seat, I could still hear them at the very edge of perception. Rick didn't speak again until we reached the county hospital 40 miles away. As the orderlies were wheeling him inside, he grabbed my arm with surprising strength. "They know where to find me now," he whispered. "They know I can hear them. And they won't let me forget." I thought that was the end of it. Rick was committed for psychiatric evaluation, diagnosed with acute psychotic disorder brought on by social isolation and possible drug use. The blood test came back clean, but doctors said there were other substances, newer ones, that might not show up in standard screenings. Rick spent 6 weeks in the hospital. During visiting hours, he seemed lucid enough. A little subdued, maybe, but coherent. He claimed not to remember much about his time in the woods, said it was all a blur. The doctors were optimistic about his recovery. They released him on a Tuesday in December. By Friday, he was gone again. This time, we knew where to look. We found his clothes folded neatly at the edge of the Millbrook woods, placed on a fallen log like he was planning to come back for them. His boots were lined up side by side, socks tucked inside. His wallet, watch, and Keith sat in a tidy pile on top of his jacket. We searched for 3 days. Brought in dogs, volunteers, even a helicopter from the state police. The dogs lost his scent at the tree line and refused to go farther. The helicopter's thermal imaging picked up nothing but empty forest. We never found Rick Brennan. But that wasn't the end of it. Not by a long shot. Over the next few months, other people started hearing things. Always at night, always when they were alone. Sarah Hendricks heard voices speaking in foreign words while she was walking her dog past the woods. Tommy Voss claimed something was calling to him from the old oak tree in his backyard. Mary Catherine Schultz swore the wind through her attic was trying to teach her new words. All of them described the same thing, voices speaking in a language that seemed familiar and alien at the same time. A language that made sense while you were hearing it, but fell apart the moment you tried to remember the words later. Most concerning of all, they were all starting to respond. Sarah began taking longer walks, staying out after dark, always heading in the direction of the woods. Tommy spent hours sitting under his oak tree, head tilted toward the branches. Mary Catherine started talking to herself and clicking, whistling sounds that made her family's ears ache. I tried to keep track of them all, but in a town of barely 2,000 people, word gets around fast. Soon everyone knew about the voices in the trees, about the language nobody could name but some could understand. Families started keeping their children inside after dark. People avoided walking alone near any stand of trees thicker than a few saplings. The woods themselves began to change. Trees that had been healthy for decades started showing signs of disease, not the kind caused by insects or blight, but something else entirely. Their bark developed strange patterns, spiraling designs that hurt to look at directly. Their leaves, even in the depths of winter, would sometimes rustle with sounds that resembled speech. And people kept disappearing. Sarah Hendricks was the first, on a February night when the temperature dropped to 20 below. Her family found her bedroom window open, her nightgown on the floor, her bare footprints in the snow leading straight toward the woods. The prints went on for half a mile before the snow got too deep and blown to follow, but we could see which direction they were headed. Tommy Voss disappeared in April, leaving behind a journal filled with symbols that looked almost like letters but weren't from any alphabet anyone recognized. His last entry, written in increasingly shaky handwriting, read, "They're not gone. They never left. They've been waiting for us to remember how to listen." Mary Catherine Schultz lasted until June. Her daughter found her standing in the backyard at 3 in the morning, speaking rapidly in that clicking, whistling language. When the daughter called out to her, Mary Catherine turned around with an expression of such profound sadness that the daughter started crying without knowing why. "I have to go now," Mary Catherine said in plain English. "They've been so patient, but it's time." She walked into the woods wearing only her nightgown and bare feet. We found the nightgown the next morning, folded neatly on the same log where Rick had left his clothes. By summer's end, we'd lost 11 people. All of them walked into the Millbrook woods and never came out. All of them left behind the same clues, clothes folded with impossible neatness, personal effects arranged in tidy piles, and journals or notes, filled with symbols that looked like writing but made no sense to anyone who tried to read them. The state police got involved. FBI consultants were brought in to analyze the symbols, to profile the missing persons, to determine if we were dealing with a cult or a serial killer or something else entirely. They set up surveillance equipment around the woods, installed motion detectors and infrared cameras along the tree line. The equipment malfunctioned constantly. Cameras would show nothing but empty forest one moment, then static the next. Motion detectors triggered by nothing anyone could see. Audio recordings picked up that same whispering, but when technicians tried to analyze the sounds, their equipment would crash or produce error messages they'd never seen before. After 2 months of investigation, the state police quietly packed up their equipment and left. The FBI consultants filed a report that was classified immediately and has never been released to the public. When I tried to get answers, I was told that the case was being transferred to other agencies better equipped to handle unusual phenomena. Those other agencies never showed up. By October, exactly 1 year after Rick first heard voices in the leaves, the disappearances stopped. Not because we'd solved anything or prevented anything, but because everyone who could hear the voices was gone. The woods had called to them, and they had answered. What was left behind was a town that felt emptied out, even though most of the population remained. We'd lost our dreamers, our sensitive ones, the people who noticed things others missed. The town became quieter, more practical, but also somehow diminished. Like we'd lost some essential part of ourselves. I thought it was over. I hoped it was over. But the woods remember everything, and they're patient. Just last month, young Billy Patterson came to me with a story about voices in his backyard maple tree. He's 8 years old, the right age for imagination, but he described the sounds with the same dreamy precision I remembered from Rick Brennan 43 years ago. "They're teaching me words, Sheriff," he said, eyes wide and serious. "Old words. Important words." I had a choice to make. I could dismiss it as childhood fantasy, hope it would pass, pretend the woods had finished whatever they'd started decades ago. Or I could accept that some things in this world are cyclical, that every generation produces individuals with thin ears, and that the language in the leaves would always find someone willing to listen. I chose a third option. That night, I drove out to the old Schneider Road with a can of gasoline and a book of matches. I'd made my decision. If the woods wanted to teach their ancient language, they'd have to find new students. I was going to burn every tree within a mile of town limits. I never got the chance. As I walked toward the tree line, can of gasoline in hand, the whispering started. Soft at first, almost welcoming. Then louder, more insistent. The voices were calling to me now, speaking in that impossible language that sounded almost familiar, almost understandable. And for just a moment, God help me, I wanted to listen. I wanted to set down the gasoline and walk into those trees and learn what they'd been trying to teach us all along. I wanted to understand the old words, the first words, the language that came before we forgot how to speak to the things that were here first. It would have been so easy. Just a few steps into the darkness, just a few minutes of listening, and I could finally understand what Rick and Sarah and Tommy and all the others had discovered in their final moments. Instead, I turned around and walked back to my patrol car. Drove home with the gasoline still in my trunk and the matches still in my pocket. Because I finally understood something that Rick Brennan never had. Some knowledge isn't meant for human minds. Some languages aren't meant for human tongues. And some calls, no matter how sweet they sound, are meant to be ignored. But I also understood something else. Something that keeps me awake at night and makes me check my windows twice before bed. The voices are still there. They're always there, whispering in the leaves, teaching their ancient words to anyone willing to listen. And sooner or later, every generation produces someone with thin ears, someone who can hear the old language calling from the dark spaces between the trees. Young Billy Patterson turned 9 last week. His mother says he's been spending a lot of time in the backyard lately, sitting under the maple tree, head tilted like he's listening to something just out of range. I drive by their house every evening now, just to check. Just to make sure Billy's still there, still safely on the human side of whatever line separates us from the things that wait in the woods. But I know it's only a matter of time. The woods have been here since before this town was founded, and they'll be here long after the last building crumbles to dust. They're patient. They can wait for the right person, the right set of ears, The right moment when someone finally stops being afraid and starts listening to what the leaves have been trying to say all along. And on quiet nights, when the wind moves through the trees just right, I swear I can still hear them whispering. Still teaching. Still waiting for the next student willing to learn their impossible language. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd walked into those woods that night with my gasoline and matches. Would I have made it to the trees? Or would I have joined the others, leaving my sheriff's uniform folded neatly on that same fallen log, adding my voice to the chorus that calls from the darkness? I'll never know. And that might be the most terrifying thing of all. Because the not knowing means it could still happen. Any night, any moment, I might finally hear the voices clearly enough to understand what they're saying. I might finally learn why they've been so patient, why they keep calling, why they never seem to run out of new words to teach. Until then, I keep driving my patrol route. I keep checking on the families with children who spend too much time listening to trees. I keep pretending that what happened 43 years ago was an isolated incident, a tragic series of coincidences that won't repeat itself. But I know better. The woods remember everything. And they're still talking. It speaks through the leaves. And poor Rick followed the sound straight into the dark. Just like someone else will, someday soon. The only question is who.